What is up, gamers? Remember this game? I kind of remember this game. I slightly remember this game. All my tokens are super capped. I even got the 40k Abyssal tokens. We got some burning to do, boys. We got some burning to do. I've been waiting to open some Nebula chests on stream. What else? What else? I think it's just those. Yeah. I've been opening pretty much everything else. I did a little bit of grinding off stream. I've been on the game like an hour or two every night, just keeping up. Kind of keeping up. Yeah, I'm with Supple now. It's been going pretty good so far. I like playing with these guys. They're not quite as sweaty as I thought they'd be. Trader? I know. Well, it's funny because like a third of the guild are people that I played with before in Ethereum, so it's kind of come full circle. Where'd you end up, Kuna? I wasn't gonna join helloing. I mean, that was just a non-starter. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Feels like the game's on its last legs. Yeah, I think there's gonna be some significant content updates soon. We had the Goblin events, and then this Mystic Key event was kind of whatever, but they're gonna be flooding us with gear again next week, or well, tomorrow really. They're gonna be flooding us with gear again. I think we're on the verge of some sort of major content update / reset. At least I hope so. Otherwise, I do think the game is going to continue to dwindle. It's kind of in the daily chore spiral right now. So I've got my fingers crossed that something big is coming at the end of the month. Maybe we'll get a Tiku Talks soon. I've been getting lazier and lazier with my contracts. Starting to prioritize speed over rewards. Like, yeah, there's no good Crimson contracts, but I'm just gonna take one anyways. Oh, I can't pass the pouch up though. I haven't reached the level of apathy where I can pass up the pouch yet. Some materials I'm starting to hoard. So, contract coins. I'm no longer buying pouches. What else? I'm tempted to start hoarding allied seals. Like the things you use to craft contract scrolls with. Dungeon contracts. I'm tempted to start hoarding those. I haven't been crafting those. I'm starting to hoard ink and stones again. Unless I can get a really good sale. I'm kind of not selling most things right now. Just piling up those materials as well. At least Supple's doing the Lord's work, letting people into tag Grim Turk and Exodus. Yeah, exactly. They're benevolent dictators. What's the best way to farm polished crystal? I mean, the fastest way, I don't know if this is the best, but the fastest way to do it is to spam T1 dungeons and just kill the first boss over and over again, like the first mini boss. So Tyrant's Isle, you can just spawn in there, kill the first little lizard guy, and then reset, do that over and over again. But it's pretty mind-numbing. You can buy them every day from the guilds merchants, and then you can also get a lot of them from Dominion and co-op events. So if you make a good habit of going to Dominion co-op events and buying from the guild merchant, eventually that'll be enough. But if you're really desperate and you want to get ahead now, then you can do the Tyrant's Isle thing. I think it'll make you hate the game, so I'm always like reluctant to recommend it. It's just super boring, but if you put on, you know, YouTube video on your other monitor or something, maybe it's not too bad. It's not as bad as having to do Doomrock Grove over and over again. So you just have to keep telling yourself that. At least I'm not doing Doomrock Grove. And then it won't be so bad. Of course, as soon as I Guardian, he does this. Help! Heal me! Farming polished crystals is awful. Yeah, it was never really an issue for me because I was just always consistent with buying them out from the guild merchant from the start. But if you're like new to the game or if you're just coming back from a long break, it can be pretty rough. What about the bosses that abandoned? What do you mean? You changed the PvE build. Possibly. I don't know what build you're previously referencing or what time frame or anything like that. I don't have any context for that question. Doing Dominion events consistently was what kept me ahead. I have like 2k extra at this point. Yeah, Dominion events, I mean, you can get... If you're going to Dominion events, especially if you're winning, you can get like 30, 60, 100 polished crystals a day. Okay, I need to do some abyssal grinds. I guess we'll just... Let me see if anyone in the Alliance is doing it. So the one on bosses from Questlog should be pretty much the same. Burkant. A lot of people going back to Burkant. No one really wants to deal with Crimson anymore. I do have some contracts to cook. Or we can just go to Burkant. Man. LFG channel kind of quiet. People say Burkant is better for mastery. I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know where that's coming from. I think it's might be better in the sense that you're like not dying. The XP's faster if you're alive. But if you have a good group, I don't see how it could be better than Crimson. It's a lot more chill though, which is pretty decent value actually. Just being able to chill, pretty decent value. You think they're ever going to give us something new to spend guild coins on? Yeah, so stop buying pouches. I'm going to start letting these contract coins pile up. Just in case. I don't know. There's just not really anything good you can get anymore. Like, I guess I could still luck out and get like a 2k piece of Vanguard or something. Ooh, 1k. Yeah, it might be time to buy the chest piece. I've been waiting for it to become cheap. What's the most expensive non-boss gears? I guess it's... Yeah, it's going to be secret boots. These have dropped a lot, even in just the last week. These have dropped a lot. probably going to be picking up one of these soon. Never got one from the goblins.
Do you happen to need supplies for your guild?
B3 is better with a good healer. It's, yeah, I think it's just really sweaty for one healer to do B3. But with a good group, I think it's just so much better. On Abandoned, if you kill the 5 bosses on a rotation, gives polish and some rare base material chests. You talking about just like elite mobs out in the worlds? I've never tried it, man. I mean, like I said, for me, it's not an issue because I've been playing since launch and I've always like bought my dailies and stuff, so I haven't bothered with it. You would just have to compare the two yourself, I guess. I'm starting to recognize a lot of the names on the server, which is not always a good thing. I'm like, oh, I know all these people. I've seen all these people before. This rotation always feels kind of slow to me. I don't know. I feel like it'd be better to bounce back and forth between the two rooms. Sometimes I'll come over here and just solo kill these while my group is over on the other side. Looks like we don't have anyone pulling the mobs or anything. How's your guys' mastery looking? A lot of people are pushing for Time Bomb, which I didn't really do, and now I feel like maybe I should have. I spent some XP on my main skills that I could have spent going for time bombs. I don't know if it would have made a huge difference in the end, though. Supple Abyss at their second guild? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to be in the first guild, bro. I'm not trying to never ever get loot. Plus, there's just more for me to do in the second guild. Like, they need backup calls and stuff like that. I feel like I can make a bigger impact. $100 away from Time Bomb at this point. I'm in like the low 600s, so I'm about to get Indomitable Shield or whatever it's called. Although, I'm kind of like dubious about how good that actually is. Like, the only thing that kills me is Cordy's. And I don't think that shield's going to do anything against the Cordy. Like, it's not going to be up when I'm getting spun on, so... I don't know, I'm kind of apprehensive about if that one's actually worth it or not. You're looking for 6k gear score seekers? Yeah. Bro, every guild in the game is looking for 6k seekers. Like, there's never enough healers in this game. I bet you could get... You could get into Void for sure. Abyss might be looking more specifically for tanks right now, but I think healers too still have a lot of value. I've seen the roster a couple times, seems a little light on healers, so for some reason, like, even when you have healers in your guild, they just don't show up to things. So it always feels like we're light on healers, even when like the roster has them. We had that problem in Brick too, dude. It's like, in theory we had enough healers, but none of them ever logged into the game. Join a new guild yet? Yeah. It's in the title. Can survive a quarter spin if I pre-buff for it in advance. As a healer? Yeah, must be nice, dude. Must be nice. It's honestly so crazy to me that it hasn't gotten nerfed. But it's not like it's the only issue that's stifling PvP right now. I think it's just made worse by the tank healer meta in general. It's good if you have some fortitude. I have a lot of fortitude. I mean, it'll be a big shield. The question is, like, will that shield... It's on a 60-second cooldown, right? So you enter a fight, and I assume what happens is you get hit with some chip damage and it procs, right? Like, it procs when your health is above 90. If it procced when your health was, like, below 10, that would be huge. But proccing when your health is above 90, I feel like that means you're just going to get procced by chip damage. And then it's not actually going to be off cooldown when you're getting bursted. So, I'll probably try it out and see how it feels, but on paper, it doesn't sound that good to me. Supple? Yeah, I joined Supple. There's always a day when the healers decide not to show up the same day. What are the other 600 masteries? Are any of them juicy? Falling Flower. Have you guys tried this? 210% base damage every 6 seconds. Meh. Meh. Does Indomitable Stance... I wonder if this is affected by buff duration. That would make it a little bit better. Because then instead of 3 seconds, it'd be like, you know, 4.5, 5 seconds. A little bit stronger. 3 seconds in this game is not very long. Like, time in this game passes really slowly. 3 seconds is not that long. It takes like 45 minutes to kill somebody. Am I saving up for Delulu Spear? No, I'm planning on getting a Delulu Spear for free from my guilds. It's been my plan all along. From the very beginning. Still planning on it. I don't know when, but that is currently my plan. It sounds like we might be able to get some Nebula accessories from the guilds with this event tomorrow. Do you guys see that post? It said that they're going to drop non-boss Nebula accessories. I don't know what that means. I don't know which ones are non-boss. You guys know what that means? For sure it won't be the Lunar Necklace. I know that one is Exodus only, but like what do they mean by that? What do they mean by non-boss? Aren't they all boss accessories? All the accessories you can get from solo dungeons? What? So wait, what boss is that in reference to then? Like, what is that? What does non-boss mean? I don't understand what they're trying to communicate there. Because there's pretty much, you can pretty much get every neck and every ring, right? There's just like, there's a belt that you can't get from here. What else? There's not a lot that you can't get from here. Maybe a couple belts? I need to make sure I do my solo dungeons today, boys. Don't let me forget. I want my 2.5% chance to have another 10% chance to get what I want. Think they mean non-Exodus? Yeah, maybe. But then the only... That's just the lunar necklace, right? Isn't the necklace the only Exodus item? The only, like, exclusive Exodus item? Means non-boss T2 accessories. No, they said Nebula specifically. Grim Turn Exodus exclusive, like undisputed belts. That's every Nebula accessory though. Every Nebula accessory is boss exclusive. I guess unless like you're talking about the solo dungeon bosses not being included in that. I don't know. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. Let's see. We can't look under lithos. So, yeah, Lunar Neck from Exodus. Other than that, these are all available from Turg. They're all available from Solo Dungeon. A couple of these are from Arc Boss, but, like... Are any of these bracelets not in the Solo Dungeon? I feel like they're all in there. It's, like, just the Undisputed Champion belts? Maybe that one's Turg only. Yeah, there's 3 necks, there's 3 belts, there's 3 bracelets. There might be more than 3 bracelets. Let's see. This is Arc Boss. This one's Arc Boss. It's what? Actually, this is Field Boss. So it's just Agony, Enduring, and Fractured Worlds. Yeah, I think it's just 3 bracelets, 3 of each, and then probably 6 rings. Distant Echoes, Ring of Song, Resistance Leader, Coil. I think Astral Bond is one of them. Maybe there's, I don't know. There's a bunch of rings. How many rings are there? There's 6 rings right here. This is, I feel like this is like all of them now. What's missing from this? There's only, from this entire thing, there's only 1 belt and 1 necklace that are missing, as far as I can tell. Maybe that's what they mean by boss. It's just a weird way of communicating it, because like normally those all come from the boss, don't they? Or like is Undisputed Champion belt not in the Nebula chest? It's 6 rings here, 3 necklaces, 3 bracelets. Oh, no, yeah, I guess it isn't. I never noticed that before. Okay. That's kind of crazy. So just, yeah, just the necklace and the belt then, I guess. Week after week to spend 220 Nebula Stone, open 15 Nebula chests, getting T1 items. Yeah, that's how it's gonna go for most people. They mean Black Anvil symbol, Primal Ritual, etc.? No, those aren't Nebula accessories. Been loving Invoker. I can solo farm huge Mercant groups, etc. Getting top 5 and 1 bosses with minimal traits. Yeah, that's the only class that can rip aggro off me in dungeons. And it just absolutely slaps on field bosses. You been getting any loot with that? There was a time, if I was like more tryhard on this game, I definitely would have made an Invoker set just for field bosses. I feel like it's so much better than everything else. This is a very, very lazy group there. Myself included. Nobody wants to group these mobs up, dude. People are just standing here like, you do it. You group them up. I'm AFK. I'm scrolling through the market right now. Looking for Nebulas. Gonna play in Blue Squadron tournament and that Supple Squad? I don't know yet. I'm gonna be helping Blue with the actual tournaments. Like, so we'll see. We'll see how it lines up. I think the way he's gonna do it is it's gonna be like there will be a EU tournament on one day, NA West on another day, and NA East on another day, I think, because it's gonna like run for 2 weeks straight or something. So as long as there's other people to cover the NA East fights, then I'll probably participate. I just don't know how it's gonna work out yet. Only regular T2 key are going to drop and more hopium. What do you think the actual chance to get Arc Boss loot from Bellendir, from Guild Bellendir, is going to be? I mean, the fact that they say that it's always going to drop a Nebula accessory, I feel like that's the most significant part, right? Let me make sure I read it correctly. Will always drop a tier 2 armor, a tier 2 accessory, a non-boss Nebula Island accessory, and may drop arc boss weapons or accessories. So I'm a little skeptical of that. I feel like that might be a mistranslation. Like, they could be saying it will always drop one of the following between tier 2 armor, tier 2 accessory, and non-boss Nebula accessory. But the way they've worded it here makes it sound like all 3 of those things are going to drop from every kill. So, yeah, I mean, the T2 armor and the T2 accessories are going to be junk. I mean, the accessories, whatever, like, be worth a couple hundred Lucent. The armor, I don't know what they're going to put in that loot table. It could have good stuff, it could just be junk, but non-boss Nebula accessories, very significant. If that's dropping from every kill, that's super significant. When it says she may drop an arc boss weapon, I feel like that's going to be like a 1% chance. I think that's going to be a bit of a bait. Yeah, I'll take a free Bell Spear. As long as it's free. Honestly, I'd pay like 5K for a Bell Spear at this point. Unfortunately, other people are still paying 15 for it, so. This is so slow, bro. I feel like I could solo faster than what we're doing on this rotation right here. This is so slow. I've only burned 13k in 20 minutes. She did say Tevent in the video. Maybe that's, what do you think? Maybe that's next week? Or maybe that's not next week, but like next event? Think they're going to do 2 weeks of Bellendir and then 2 weeks of Tevent? How come the female arc bosses in this game always have worse weapons? Do you guys feel like that's sexist? Just noticing a bit of a pattern here. They're dripping the content. Yeah, they're gonna drip some contents until the end of the month, maybe into June. They're gonna stretch it out, try to keep people hooked as long as they can before the next big announcement. I think they're definitely on the clock right now, though. Like, something needs to happen soon, especially with all the Chrono Odyssey hype starting to boil. When the Chrono Odyssey plays test happens, if it's like, at least, if it's even like a 6 out of 10 game, Throne is in a lot of trouble. So they better, they can drip feed a little bit longer, but they better come up with something soon. Buffing general loot is a big thing. Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, most of the loots in tier 2 should be kind of free. If you're trying to get caught up, it should be. They need to make that as easy as possible for like a new player. Some of the Nebula and Arc Boss stuff they can still hold out, but like 95% of the gear in the game needs to be kind of free at this point. I thought that these events were going to be focused more on giving people like growth stones and polished crystal and stuff. Didn't they say something about that? I feel like there hasn't been that much polished crystal raining from the heavens. I don't know, maybe with this Mystic Key event. Why did you join Revix Ops? I don't really make my guild decisions based on Revik, bro. He's kind of his own person. We're not like attached at the hip or anything. Also, I think he joined Helloing, which is a guild that I would say I don't have a lot in common with. I don't think they would even want me if I tried to join. Like if you join Supple instead of another guild in your alliance. Well, the only other guild in the alliance that I would really want to join is probably Exodus, and they didn't want me. So, that's why. The master ketchup is now? Yeah, that alliance, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember me playing in that alliance, but it wasn't like the most amazing alliance to be a part of. I liked Bricked a lot. I think playing with Bricked was a lot of fun. Playing with the alliance kind of sucked ass, if I'm being honest. Like, our sieges were really frustrating, our Nebula fights were really frustrating. We never had a strategy for anything. It was like very carried by the individual skill level of some of the top players. The actual like macro level stuff in the alliance was not great. What is my overall mastery? Like 610. Yeah, this Mystic Key event has been giving me way too many Abyssal tokens, bro. I've been like trying to burn these tokens while playing Expedition 33, and I'm always maxed. There's too many. Yeah, I know. I'm always at 40k. I'm always like, what? How'd I get back to 40k so fast? They should have... I don't know why we're still capped at 40k, dude. Like, this whole token system holds the game back so hard. If I want to take a week off the game, let me take a week off the game, dude. Like, they're so desperate for you to log into this game. Just make the game fun, and I'll log in. You don't have to, like, force me to do shit with these tokens. Yeah, it should easily be 100k. A chest to use later? Yeah, I think that could be fine. I mean, just make it expire like the other ones. Give it like 45 days or whatever. Give you the little tokens in your inventory. What up, Vixos? My max level in fishing? No, not even halfway. But there's apparently a fishing event starting tomorrow, so I will definitely be fishing for about 5 minutes before I give up and go do something else, because my tokens are probably still going to be capped. I honestly don't know how you guys keep up with all the stuff you need to do in this game. Like, every once in a while someone's like, well, I have nothing to do in Throne, and I'm just like, well, how many hours a day are you playing? I still got to get through my arenas. I still got to get through for like 3-4 more hours in Nebula. Like, damn, dude, you did everything? Is Arc set good for Staff Dagger? I don't think they're playing... I don't think the Spellblades are playing Vanguard set, but I honestly wouldn't know. I haven't really looked that closely at Spellblade builds in T2. What do you think is more value, 100 heavy or 10 stats of mixed dex and whiz for damage? Depends on how much heavy you have to begin with. If you're going from like 300 to 400 heavy, that's a really big value. If you're going from like 800 to 900 heavy, then that's a lot less. How's the guild? It's good. I've only done a couple fights with them so far, but they've been super chill. Honestly, a lot less weird than I expected them to be. I wasn't really, like, they weren't even on my radar when Brick disbanded. I wasn't really even thinking about joining Supple, but then a couple of them reached out to me and we like hashed some things out, and I was like, okay, this could actually work. $800 heavy currently, 80 dex and whiz. I'd probably just go for more main stats then, yeah. I mean, going from 800 to 900 heavy is not going to have a big impact unless you're fighting someone with a lot of heavy evasion. And I don't think there's that many people building heavy evasion right now. Like, some tanks, maybe. Some healers, maybe. Definitely, I don't think there's really any DPS that are building it, though. Except for me. But you and Revik were ride or die together? No. I mean... We played together in Ethereum. And we were in the same static for a little while in Bricks. But... I wouldn't say we're, like, married or anything. Arc usually only good for tanks and gladiators. It's good for anyone who's building endurance. So liberators will run vanguards. You could run Spellblade. Like any dagger build can be run as endurance. Whether or not that's better, I just don't have enough expertise to answer that because I don't play those builds. I would suspect that if you're playing Spellblade, to get the most out of that build, you want to play it evasion. But there definitely could be someone who's cooked up an endurance Spellblade build that's really strong. I just think if you're playing endurance, you're probably better off with Liberator. Because an endurance Liberator is actually a huge pain in the ass to deal with. And endurance Spellblade, like, I don't know, without having the bow to kind of like sustain yourself, I just feel like probably you're better off going evasion. Just using the stealth to get out of bad situations. But that's just based off of like what I'm fighting against, right? Like I haven't tried those builds, so I'm just going off of what I'm fighting against. If I'm fighting against a build and that build is like consistently underperforming, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad build. It just means that like people haven't done it correctly. That happens a lot in this game, where there's a class that seems really weak, but it's just because the people that are playing it are doing it wrong. I would say crossbow was like that for a long time. Like a lot of people were talking about how bad crossbow was, but it was just bad players and bad builds. It was actually really strong the whole time, if built correctly. So you never really know. Like there's a lot of sleeper builds in this game that people don't comprehend until someone like actually comes out and shows you how to do it, and then everyone's like, oh, this is so strong, and then it becomes bandwagon. Followed your quest log gladiator build, helped me so much. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, no problem, dude. Glad you found it helpful. Right now, not having high weekend on Expo makes it feel really bad. Weekend chance, you mean? I didn't know Brick disbanded. What happens? I would say like a third of the guild quit the game, and the remaining players just didn't want to rebuild. We were having trouble recruiting mostly healers for a long time. Like we were having a really hard time filling out our roster with healers. And so rebuilding from like 50 out of 70 when we're already having roster issues just wasn't something people had the willpower to do. So we decided to merge into other guilds instead. There was a lot of people in Brick that were kind of just like hanging around because their friends were in the guild. They weren't really having fun with the game anymore. And so as soon as we did like, as soon as they were given the opportunity of like, hey, you know, do you guys want to do this or not? A lot of people were like, no, I'm going to take this chance and just dip from the game. So that kind of just snowballed from there. Am I having fun with TL? Sometimes, dude, it really depends. It really depends. Like, I think Nebula is still fun. Dominion events and guild events can still be fun. Like, I think that Siege is still fun. I would say Arena, GVGs, a lot of the core PvP in the game is not fun. It's very, very stale. The meta right now is very, very stale. Nebula fights, like big Nebula, I'm talking small Nebula. I think small Nebula is fun. Like when you're just grinding and you want to do another group, that kind of PvP is fun. Big Nebula, Nebula bosses is not fun at all. It's fucking stupid. Nobody likes it. But it's like the only Zerg content left, so we still show up and do it. But like, yeah, it's okay. Everyone on the screen is invincible unless you have a Cordy and then everybody's paper. It's just, yeah, nobody, I don't think anybody's having fun with it except for Cordy players. Haven't reached BDO levels of anti-fun? No, if I hated the game that much, I would just stop playing. There's definitely still aspects of the game that I like. And, well, the other thing, too, and this was always a thing in T1, right? Like, when T1 started to get boring, I kind of knew around, like, January, February, I knew that there was going to be a big expansion coming. So I just went and did other things in February. I just went and played like Kingdom Come Deliverance and just played other games. And then once the update came, I came back. And I think the game's kind of getting in that state now where it's like probably just time to chill and play some other games. But I do think there's going to be a big update in June. Maybe July. It could be July. But hopefully June. The game is definitely at a point where people are looking for a reason to quit. Yeah, and some of that, I think, can't be easily fixed. Like, some of that is chore burnout. Just making us do the same dungeons over and over again every day is not fun. I would say one thing they can really do to reduce fatigue would be to just let us boss rush this content. I just don't want to run through Doomar Grove. I don't want to do it. And they're making me do it. And every time I do it, I want to log out of the game and do something else. So if they would just let us boss rush these instead of having to like run through all the trash, I think that would reduce fatigue tremendously. What they've done with solo dungeons is perfect. Like, you hop in, you fight the boss, you maybe do one little intermediate level, which even those, I think they could just get rid of him. Like, hop in, fight the boss, hop in, fight the other boss, get the reward. The boss content itself is still good. So that's fine. But, like, they just need to get rid of the, like, time-wasty aspects of the game that they're forcing us to do it over and over again. You gotta cut that shit from your game. Like, nobody... It's just gonna wear people out. It's just gonna burn people out. And it's this really parasitic, like, mobile game mentality where it's like the only metric that matters is like how many minutes a day you spend in the game. It seems like they don't want to consider how much fun the player is actually having. It's like, well, as long as we have this many daily users and as long as they're online for this many minutes or hours, then we're like hitting our metrics. It's just, it's very, it's a very like soulless way of looking at the game. I think they need to divorce themselves from that and remember that games are supposed to be fun. Was trying to emulate your builds on Questlog for Gladiator. Wanted to know the versatility of other weapon choices with the Arc set. There's a few other choices. I mean, you can play Arc set with the Naru Spear for even more resist. You can, depending on who you're fighting, the problem with the Gladiator build is it's so dependent on your opponents. Because, like, you might be able to get away with 2200 hit against a lot of guilds. But then, against other guilds, you might need, like, 2800 hit. Unbuffed. Depending on, like, how sweaty and geared their evasion players are. There's a huge range of what's viable, depending on your opponents. General loot changes are good, but may have come too late. I don't think that loot is what's causing people to quit the game. Like, it's good to have things to chase after. As soon as people are done with their gear, they're going to get bored and quit as well. Like, you need, in an MMO, you need people to be chasing after things. But you don't want the content to be so repetitive and stale. Do I have hope for raids? I do, yeah. I think the PvE content has only gotten better. So I do have hope for raids. I think that if they make the raids, like, really, you know, like the dimensional trial level boss encounters and don't make us spend 30 minutes clearing trash, then they'll be good. If half the encounter is trash clearing, I think that those are going to get old really fast as well. Unless they just limit them to like 2 clears a week or something. Then maybe it'll be okay. You can't chill because you got to do your dailies or fall behind in mats for the next tier. Yeah, there's no room to chill in this game. Like, as much as I want to go do fishing or something, I never have time. Even with dimensional trials, like, I would love to push to like T9, T10 in some of these just for the sake of doing it. But there's 2 reasons that I don't. First of all, the leaderboards are still full of exploiters. Every single one of these people is an exploiter. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolous. Literally every single one of these people is a cheater. And they've been on the leaderboard for, what, 2 months? So that's really demotivating. But even with that in mind, like, I would still push these for fun. But I don't fucking have time. Like, I gotta run through the regular versions of these dungeons over and over again. You know, just to burn my tokens. Think Vanguard is okay for Invocator? You could probably make Vanguard work on any build in the game, dude. It's a pretty strong set. Yeah, I'm only missing Nebula accessories and Arc Boss weapons. Isn't the burnout feeling present in MMOs? Comes down to how frequently they publish new changes? No, I don't think so. I played MMOs in the past that very, very rarely had content updates, and I didn't care. I just loved the game. Dude, when I played Ultima Online, it would be like 2 years between expansions, and whenever there was an expansion, we would just complain about it because we didn't even want the game to change. Like, you don't have to constantly churn out new content in a game if the game has a good foundation. When I saw how many alarms I had for various content and guild required stuff, I realized as busy as I am, I just can't. Ever since going super casual, having a lot of fun. Also, maybe only play 5 hours a week. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me because if I go casual, I won't be able to participate in like any of the competitive guild content because those guilds just don't expect you to be super casual. And for me, the highlight of this game is the PvP, so I kind of have to put a certain amount of time into it. What does exploiter mean? They're abusing a glitch? Yeah, everyone on the PvE leaderboards abused. Could you call it a glitch? Kind of. It's more like bad boss behavior. Some of it's glitching. Some of it's like glitching into terrain you're not supposed to get into, but a lot of it is just like parkouring up to a place you're not supposed to get, and then the boss like just isn't programmed to respond properly, and so you can hit them and the boss doesn't hit back. Definitely an exploit. Like, definitely not intended. And they've said as much. They've said that like these are exploits and they're fixing them and that they're going to get removed from the leaderboards, but they're still on the leaderboards. They haven't done it still. Every week we're like, oh, how about them leaderboards? Surely they'll fix it like they said they would, right? Okay, let's see if we get anything from these Nebula chests. Maybe I'll get another Distant Echoes band. Hero Legacy War Belts. Okay, what's that got on it? Health regen? This isn't really even worth lithoing. I have so much bank space now, you guys. I'm starting to stack gear for T3. You guys excited for T3? I just have so much space. I upgraded the bank so many times while waiting for these transmutation updates, and now I have like a ridiculous excess of space. Video games feel so soulless in the past 10 years. There's good outliers, but everything is mobile slop. Got a Nebula boss accessory there, but I can't lithograph it. Yeah, you can't lithograph any of the Nebula accessories. Which, I don't know how I feel about that. What do you guys think? Do you like that? Do you like that they keep them super rare? Because, I mean, there's got to be something to chase after. Like, as much as everybody wants to be maxed out super easy, I think if that actually happened, people would just get bored and quit. Because that's kind of what happened in T1. Like, in T1, people maxed out their gear. And then everyone kind of just, like, stopped playing at the end of December, beginning of January. A few of these things. Yeah, a few of the chess pieces I want to keep. Just thinking. I just have one helmet that I still need to max out. Actually, I have two helmets that I still need to max out. I should do this first. Yeah, okay. And now I can just cook every blue. Now I don't have to click on it individually. Exclude storage items, and then we just, yeah, just do that. Man, really, none of these have... Unlucky. Buff duration. Kind of worth selling? I don't know. I'm about to upgrade another ring. So I might just hoard. Might just hoard it. Where am I at with ring traits? I got a bunch of buff duration, actually. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think I've got enough to max it out yet. Oh, nope, nope, don't melt the Burkant. Can't believe I almost did that. Okay. Burn 20k tokens, kind of weak. But at least they're not maxed. Apparently I have 30 of these. I don't know how I got 30. I don't have enough mystic keys to do 30. I have 17 keys. So this is the last day of the event. I guess I should go do that. I don't really want to. I'm gonna do some arenas for a little bit. Is T3 happening? Yeah, I don't think they're actually going to jump straight to T3. I think they're going to do the raids, which will add some. I don't think it'll be T3 gear. I think it'll be like T2. It'll be like T2 legendary gear is my expectation, and then the rest of the loot from the raid is just going to be stuff we already have. That's my guess. I don't know. They've kind of hinted at what they're going to do. But no, I don't think there will be like a full T3 for a while. Next to the problem, most of the other slots are minor upgrades. Next, using a T1 neck until you get one in reality. Yeah, I'm still using T1 neck. When I made the papers, it doesn't work on them. The Nebula accessory? Yeah, no, it's a lot of people have looted those. So if it makes you feel any better, if you could litho them, they would not be worth 40k. They'd be worth like 800. If you go look at the price of the traits, that's what the item would be worth. You can see, like, this is the one that I've looted a bunch. And the traits are like 500, 400 each. Like, the actual item would not be worth that much if you could litho it, because then instead of selling the traits, people would just litho those. So there'd be a ton of them. There'd be hundreds of them for sale. Welcome back on Mr. T&L streams. Those keys, I can't do any other content because I want to make sure I use all the keys. Yeah, it's a lot of, I mean, dude, like, even if we say this is 5 minutes each, that's a lot of minutes. That's 150 minutes of me running around digging up bags in the desert. Like, I don't know. Do we need to do... They have this problem with all the events. They have this problem with the Halloween events. Like, the events take too damn long, bro. Like, give us one golden key a day and then make it have 5x rewards rather than having us do 5 a day with 1x rewards. This will not let me pick my mushroom. Doing it for the stones so I can trade my gear. The resonance stones? You like barely get any. I think the biggest value that you get from it is the abyssal tokens and the skill mastery. The skill mastery is actually pretty solid. It's like 650k per run, or sometimes you can get double that, depending on the golden chests. Then enjoy getting one unlock stone from a treasure chest. I mean, I just don't enjoy how long it takes. Like, they know how long it takes. They know how much time they're increasing every day through this event. It has a literal timer. Is this a no healer game? Oh shit. This might actually be kind of fun. Why's everybody going after me? I don't have any way to heal up, so we're gonna die. That's just how it is. What kind of matchmaking is this? What's wrong with the matchmaking? 3 DPS versus 3 DPS. What's this guy complaining about? Jeez, dude. It's crossbow players. The professor quits? Maybe? I don't know, man. How come we're losing? I thought we were melting these guys. Who's got all the points? I guess if you get the early kills, then you're like worth more. Damn, bro. We need to let him get ahead. There we go. Keep him staggered. This guy's the actual tanky one. Need to jump on these libs as soon as they get out. I have no cooldowns. Yeah, okay. Now we're back. Nope. Switch targets. Switch targets. I have no CCs. Is this an evasion lib? Or did he just resist me? Nope, you're not hitting me with that. This is too fast. They spawn too fast. I have no skills. Well, they have so many more points than us, even though we have twice their kills. What is this scoring? What is going on with this hook? Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. Alright, just hide. Everyone hide. I can be the one to die. I have no points. It's fine. It's fine. I'm the bait. I'm gonna go up there and wiggle around so they target me. Oh no! Don't hurt me! I'm just a weak little gladiator. Vinky, run! Stop fighting them, dude! Oh, he's psychotic. All right. 631,000 damage. That's fine. I think that's fair. I think it's a fair amount of damage for them to be able to do. Nobody wants to play healer in this game, not only because it's boring, but because everyone's targeting you. Well, if everyone's targeting you, it's kind of a good thing, because you can stay alive forever. Playing hard stuck at 4,200, any tips? Hard to know without looking at what you've got. You've already done your runes and your artifacts. That's kind of the easiest way to get big boosts to your CP. You should have enough material to put trait resonance on at least a few of your pieces now. That's the new system that just came out. So that'll give you like another 100 CP. What are you struggling with? You just not able to plus 12 your gear? Trait leveling, returning from T1 days. Have 8 of my bis. Well, traits should be pretty easy. You might be stuck a little bit on accessory traits. But your armored weapon trades should be super free. Like, if you're just doing your dungeons, you'll get plenty of stuff to feed into your weapons and armor. You should be able to finish all those in like a week, I would think. Which pieces feel like you're stuck? I think the thing you're most likely to get stuck on is polished crystal. And there's ways to grind out a lot of it if you're like hard stuck on it. They're just kind of boring. Someone got deeper knowledge about greatswords and the items, not skills. Well, there's only a handful of tier 2 greatswords. What do you want to know? Lieutenant Greatsword, Peerless Dags, Prey Gloves, Crown Helm, Blue Plate T2 Jest, and 3 of my Neb accessories. Wait, what? You already... You're 4,200 and you have 3 Nebula accessories? Did you loot them all? How did you get 3 Nebula accessories? The Nebula stuff is all level 4 below, and I have 2 out of 3 traits on every item. Yeah, the Nebula accessories are going to be the hardest thing to upgrade. I mean, you should be transferring T1 purples into those. So that should at least get them to +6. And it should give them a lot of blessing. Got unpolished crystals and need more precious ores. Yeah, precious ores, I mean, contracts. The event, the Mystic Key event right now might give you some. I honestly haven't really paid attention to what it gives. Other than the Abyssal tokens. But yeah, ores, you kind of get ores from just doing stuff. Using the Titanic Greatsword, I'm in a position where I can buy Naru or Tevent. Is it worth the Lucent? Tevent is really good. Naru, I think, is good for PvE. For PvP, it really depends on if you need the hit or not. If you're missing a lot in PvP, I would not get a Great Blade. You need to stick with the Quake Blade and keep your hit chance as high as possible. Ran Neb 4 hours, opened 80 boxes, got all 3 BIS Neb stuffs. Well, you're more geared than 99.9% of the server, just so you know. I know your stuff's not upgraded, but you are, in fact, more geared than 999 out of 1,000 players in this game. So, congrats. It's just a matter of time now. You drop my stuff into quest log and send a link. I don't really want to look at it, to be honest. Is what I'm saying to you not helping? Do you feel like you're still stuck? It sounds like the biggest thing you need to do is upgrade some T1 gear and feed it into those accessories. Have you transferred anything into that gear yet? I would say that's going to be the most cost-efficient thing, because that'll give you growth levels and it'll also give you blessings. So that'll help with the traits, and it'll help for you to just get the items leveled up a little bit more. Your hit chance is 2,200. I mean, it just depends on who you're fighting, man. I wouldn't think of like the absolute number of hit chance, because no one can tell you how much hit you need. If you're missing a lot, you need more hit. And if you're not missing, then your hit is good. That's the only metric you can go by. So if you're fighting the most geared, like highest competitive people in the game, you're going to need more hit than if you're fighting like random people at a Dominion event or like Nebula Island, right? So whatever content you are doing, if you miss a lot, you need more hit. That's what it comes down to. And if you're not missing and you think you could sacrifice some hit, then you could go with Great Blade. 2,200 hit is, I would say, probably not high enough to get a Great Blade, though. Unless your goal is to just kind of ignore hit and try to kill endurance players. But that's kind of a different route. Plus 12, everything is taking so long. People say it's supposed to be rather quick. No, it's not quick. It's only quick if you played T1 and you have a bunch of materials saved up. If you're just coming back from the game and you don't have a pile of mats, then it's not going to be quick, the plus 12. It's meant to take a while. I mean, that's the whole reason that they raised the cap from 9 to 12 to begin with. Because people were hitting it too fast.
If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Got someone brought up Quake versus Naru. I understand Gaia Crash with Quake is strong. Does need extra damage overall. Yeah, Naru definitely does more damage. But you give up 180 hit. And most of the time, if like again, like I'll just keep saying this, but it depends on who you're fighting. Like you can either give up 200 hit or you can't. Most of the time you can't give up 200 hit. Unless you have like full Nebula accessories and really good artifacts. Then you probably can't give up 200 hit. But if you can give it up, then give it up. Kill him, Macho. They're all 1 health. Boys, this one's not looking good. Trying to figure out which of these targets is easier. Probably need to go after the Ravager. For PvE, Naru or Tevins? Probably Tevins. I don't know. I guess you're not getting that many pools in PvE, are you? I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. This guy really likes freezing me. They posted any balance changes? No. There hasn't been balancing in this game for decades. Miss big scale PvP? I don't know how fun large scale really is right now outside of Siege. Siege is fun just because there's so many like gym bombs that show up. Ends up being like COD zombies. Zerg competitive Zerg versus Zerg doesn't like feel that interesting right now though. It's just a QWERTY contest. It's just a bunch of people pulling you into a QWERTY spin, and you're just like, well, golly, I guess 1400 collision resist still isn't enough. What am I to do? Last minute kill. Oh, I'm surprised we won that.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance.
The only way to test it out is to buy the Tevin or Naru and test it. I mean, I would just go on... which one has higher max damage? Like, I think Tevin is still a little bit higher, isn't it? Oh, maybe not. I think that's about the same.
Most of the time it's so quiet and peaceful.
Yeah. So they both... I mean, they both have the same top-end damage. Naru has more stats. But Tevin has the pools in the ground. I would suspect that Tevin is better. But I don't think it's going to make a big difference in PvE. It'll make a big difference when you're AoE farming. Like dev smashing a pack of mobs when you're abyssal farming is probably pretty sick. But I think either one of them is probably fine.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Trying to pug T3s is bad. Never get groups in Snowburn. I think it's the whole east is on one cluster. You don't have to just pair with people on Snowburn.
Yes. These spirits are the elves who died in the war with our ancestors long ago.
The problem is I don't want to be 100 times behind everyone when Draco Rift drops. I don't think Draco Rift is going to drop before you can catch up, dude. I mean, you probably still have a month. Maybe a month and a half. You got plenty of time to be maxed out before Draco Rift. If you just start grinding and doing your dungeons, those materials are going to come fast. It's not going to take you that long. Especially if you upgrade your T1 stuff, like I was suggesting, and transfer it in. The extra 9 stat points with Naru seems OP. They can increase your hit, crit, health, and other stats. Switch to Naru and I am performing much better than I did with Quake. Well, the extra damage you do just doesn't matter if you're missing all your hits. So, like I said, it really depends on who you're fighting. If you can hit people with Naru, then obviously Naru is better. The whole point of using Quake Blade is not for Gaia Crash. It's for the hit chance. Gaia Crash is nice, but the only reason to use Quake Blade over Naru is for hit chance. That's the real selling point. So if you think your hit is good otherwise, then yeah, don't use Quake Blade. It's fine. But that's totally depending on who you're fighting. If you're fighting the people I'm fighting, Naru doesn't work. You'll never hit them. So... But, you know, not everyone's trying to be that sweaty. Alright, Vixos, have a good sleep, dude. Hope Chrono Odyssey puts enough pressure on NCSoft to get their shit together. I think they've been feeling pressure for a while. I mean, they basically like redid the whole game in Korea because of how much pressure was on it. Big token burn can't. Oh, that sounds fun. Should we go get some more tokens to burn? Actually, you know what's going to be faster? Let's go do some of these portals. Pretty sure I read somewhere that for dungeons they try to match with people with similar CP. I'm 6.2k, and I definitely get matched with people that are like 4k potatoes that don't know any of the mechanics and that die in the first 10 seconds of the boss fight. So I don't think the matchmaking's that strict. 4 to 5 before Draco. They said Q4. Well, you can definitely max out in 4 months, dude. I mean, if you're a brand new player who just installed the game, you can max out in less than 4 months. And it never is going to take 4 months to max out in Throne, unless you're playing for like 20 minutes a day. Let me see your build, please. You can find it on Questlog. If I have a T2 ring plus 6, should I still feed it T1 rings to level up? Should I feed it T1 rings to level up? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You can only ever transfer once. So you can't like give it multiple T1 rings. You can level up a T1 ring to plus 9. And you can transfer that in. And yeah, you definitely should do that. Can you only transfer into an item once? If I transfer T1 Greatsword into T2, then I have to just hard level from there? Yes. I've been doing level T2 to 6th, then transfer. I thought that was more optimal. Level T2 to 6th, then transfer? No, it doesn't matter if you level it to 6 or not. You can level it to like 10.9 if you want to skip the last level. That'll save you some Solent, but it's not that big of a deal. You ever play Crusader? No. Not since beta.
Can't pick? Read each story and choose whichever one stands out. All set? Best of luck out there.
Been getting T2 to level 6 to 7, then going for transfer. Yeah, I don't know where you got that advice from, but it's not really going to do anything for you. You're doing Dimensional Trial regularly? No, I literally don't ever do them. Don't have time.
Oh, there's a lot of quality stuff, right? I put a lot of thought into it.
I pushed some of them to T5 for fun when they first came out, but from like a efficiency standpoint, they take way too long and the rewards are not worth it. You'll get your runes from other stuff. Care roadmap from stream has notes for the next major update Q4 2025. If the next major update is Q4, then I think everyone's going to be taking a vacation from the game pretty soon. Am I looking forward to any new MMOs? No. I don't ever look forward to new MMOs. That's a trap. That's a young man's game. You have to be young, naive. The wrinkles in your brain must still be soft and smooth in order to look forward to new MMOs. When you're old and jaded like me, you'll know that new MMOs are always bad, and you should never look forward to them. And then if one does turn out to be good, you can be pleasantly surprised for 2 months until you realize that's still actually bad also. But at least you had fun for 2 months. Stop people leaving for Chrono? No, nothing's going to stop people leaving from Chrono. The only thing that's going to keep people from leaving for Chrono is if Chrono just sucks. There's nothing Throne of Liberty can do to stop people from trying Chrono. If they came out with a fresh expansion the same day as Chrono, people would still play Chrono instead. They'd at least try it. There's absolutely nothing Throne can do about that. I feel like I should know where this one is. Three-piece Vanguard. I can add one more and play Greatsword Spear and PvP plus some adjustments. Yeah, you can play it with two-piece Vanguard. But four-piece is probably the way to go. So MMOs will never be good for more than 2 months. New ones, yeah, pretty much. I don't think that the industry knows how to make MMOs anymore. Is your Greatsword Dag build still up anywhere when I compare to mine? I only ever have Greatsword Dag builds from tier 1. So they're not really going to be useful anymore. That's satisfying. They should let us do that in Siege. For KR, it's Q4 for sure, unless delayed. Well, they already put Inner Server Siege on the roadmap. I thought they put the raid on the road. I thought they put a bunch of stuff on the roadmap for, like, right now, basically. Q4 is too far. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Especially if it's Q4 Korea, because then that means it's probably Q1 next year for us. That's just not gonna work if they wait that long. They better come up with something. How do you effectively get ornate coins? I'm always running out. Heard there are a lot of codes. I think I've only ever used like one code. Twitch drops are good for ornate coins. Claiming your mail after maintenance is really good. You can run around and look for purple pages. It's not like the most efficient use of your time. It's really just like Twitch drops and maintenance, I would say, man, for the most part. Think there will ever be open world PvP servers implemented for people who want a 24/7 PvP? No. That's what Nebula's for. Where else would you PvP? Like, if they turned PvP on right now, like, what would you do? It'd just be people farming each other on the respawn like they do in the Abyssal Dungeons at night. I don't think it would really do much. Inter server Q3, but then Q4 meant to be a system overhaul cleanup. Well, inter server siege is not necessarily going to... I mean, depending on how they do it, not necessarily going to, like, matter for most of the player base. Because what inter server siege sounds like to me is that they take the siege winners from each server and pit them against each other. Which means only like 5% of the population is going to participate in that content. I don't think that's going to do anything for the overall game, really. Like, I'm glad they're adding it. If it's something they can do with, you know, especially with like minimal resources, it's probably going to be a lot of fun for top guilds, but it's only for top guilds. I guess they can try to... disappeared. I guess they could try to come up with a way to do inter-server siege for, like, your casual player, but I don't... like, what would that even look like? Wouldn't that just be regular siege at that point? Like, well, I don't even think there'd be a benefit to making an inter-server. While PvP servers were amazing back in the day, they really weren't, though. Like, they really weren't. Nobody, like, do people still believe that? Like, what do you mean by back in the day? Do you mean, like, 2006? Because we got to play WoW PvP servers when Classic came out. And, it was fun for a week, dude. It was fun for 3 days. It was fun for about 4 hours, I would say. I think it was fun for, like, one afternoon. Must have been on the dominant faction? Yeah, like where is the scenario where World PvP was fun? I think it was fun 20 years ago because for a lot of people it was just so novel. Like back when you had like Terran Mill versus South Shore, when like everybody was level 30 and the game wasn't super solved. Nowadays everyone just hits max level in 2 seconds. You know, they get like the best build that exists off of Icy Veins or whatever. And then they go to Terran Mill and kill people that are 20 levels lower than them. It's not good PvP at all. There's no real objectives to fight over. The honor system still sucks. Like, I don't think the world PvP in that game was anything even remotely good. It's like, at best, it's people like ganking each other while they're leveling. It's like a rogue ambushing you when you're half health from fighting mobs. It's fun if you're a rogue, for sure. Or it's fun if you're already max level and you're, like, ganking people that are half your level that can't do anything about it. But, yeah, as far as, like, an actual fun competitive mode, no, that game never had that. The best PvP was, like a Arathi Basin. I think Arathi Basin and Warsong Gulch were pretty fun, but the world PvP in that game definitely sucked a fat one. And it's so funny to me that people are still nostalgic about it. What happened to 12-man raids in May? Good question. I don't think that happened. I don't think they're coming in May. Let's see if this cat actually follows me this time. I hear EVE Online PvP is amazing. I mean, if you like spreadsheet PvP. Or are these cats just bugged? Do I have to do a different one? Let's try this one. You know, Arsha was super fun. Well, that's because Arsha actually had an objective. It had an incentive. Like, you would go there to grind to get extra loots. And the incentive for winning your fights was that you would get to keep the spot and grind more efficiently with your time. WoW PvP never had any objective. Like, you were going through zones, questing, leveling as fast as you could. You were only in that zone as long as it took for you to finish those quests. And any conflict that you had in that zone was basically like either you getting jumped at half health while doing a quest, or you jumping someone else at half health while they're doing a quest. There was no, like, real competition. There was no real reward for winning. It just didn't really go anywhere, which is why it died instantly. I mean, do you guys not remember this? Like, World PvP literally died instantly on Classic. Everyone was so hyped. Oh, Terran Mill versus South Shore is back. It's going to be like 2005 all over again, you guys. The glory days when I was 12 years old. And then it actually happened, and it was dead in one day. People were like, huh, this didn't turn out the way I imagined it in my 12-year-old memory. Gonna play Chrono Odyssey when beta comes out? Yeah, everyone's gonna play it. You gotta at least try it. That's what you think the best thing TNL could do to research player base? Man, I don't know if it's really one thing. I would say the biggest thing for me would be fixing the PvP meta. I think the biggest thing for the game in general would be to move away from this token system and just make the game more of like a traditional RPG without all this like mobile game shit. How old are you? I'm 46 and just getting into the MMO scene. I am 61, which is also my height. Wilderness' RuneScape was kind of fun. I think this game could learn a lot of lessons from RuneScape. Yeah. They don't necessarily have a solid enough foundation to go in that direction, though. This game could have really good open world PvP objectives, but they would need to fix they would need to like fix the win condition for world PvP. Like just being able to infinitely respawn at a stone over and over again and throw your body at someone, like it's just not that interesting. There needs to be clear win conditions, kind of like what they have for Dominions and GVGs. They could iterate on that and make PvP zones that would be like fun to go to, where you could go and fight, you know, win a 20-minute match and then get a decent reward. But right now the rewards are all whack. Like the only reason to do Dominion or GVGs is for activity, and the only reason to care about activity is if you're in like a top 10 guilds. So for most players there's just absolutely no incentive there, and even for the players that are doing it, it's kind of like you're doing it like the reward is just like an arbitrary thing you have to do. It's not like exciting, you know, it doesn't progress your character in any way. It's just like a box you have to check if you want to have enough activity to get the war decks. So yeah, I mean, the potential's there. But I don't know if these guys have like the experience with other MMOs or the game sense to capitalize on that. I need Stelly. Let's get some Stelly.
There's a lot of quality stuff, right? I put a lot of thought into what I sell.
Let's get some more Stelly.
Come again. Next time,
Want Battlegrounds to be implemented? Battlegrounds could be good. Yeah, I mean, Battlegrounds could be good in the same way that World PvP could be good. But again, you have to have an actual win condition, right? And you have to have a reward that people care about. I think that Battlegrounds are going to... This is why they need to fix the meta, first and foremost. If they release Battlegrounds right now, I don't think that they would be fun for most people. I think your average player would queue up for a Battleground, do 0 damage to everybody, get one shot by a Cordy, and have no idea what the hell they're supposed to do about any of that. What's your DPS skill set for bossing? You can find it on Questlog. You can find all the builds on Questlog. So over the open world, pointless griefing, bigger degen wins. Yeah, like right now, world PvP is you go to the front of Crimson Manor at nighttime and you kill each other on the respawn over and over again. It's not something you can really like win or lose. So... And I would say that a lot of the Dominion and Guild events are kind of like that too. Like most people, they go to a Dominion or Guild event, don't even do the event. They just farm each other on respawn. If you got nothing else to do, it can be kind of fun to go out and get some kills. But ultimately, it's not that compelling. It's not really something you want to do day after day. Why can't guilds cap towns or settlements? What do you mean? About to start expenditure 33. What difficulty should I choose for best gameplay? I mean, I went straight to expert. Do you think you can parry? It wasn't easy. Expert wasn't easy.
Read each story and choose whichever one stands out.
Man. These contracts I'm getting are so bad.
All set? Best of luck out there.
The meta is so bad, only healers and tanks will play the game right now. Yeah, I think if they release Battlegrounds with the current meta, people will actually discover that they're not having fun. Because there will either be a ton of tanks and healers and no one will do any damage and no one will die and it'll just be really slow and boring, or there won't be any tanks and healers and then everyone will die in 2 seconds and that'll be like a different kind of boring. I just think they need to fix the meta. Why not do cooking contracts? Because I don't need cooking stuff. I completed Sekiro. Yeah, then play on expert. More castles to cap. Hold towns or points of interest. You mean like more sieges? I think that could be good. I don't know how many towns are really built for it. Like Stoneguard was clearly built with a PvP scenario in mind for the layout. I don't know if the other towns are really like that. That's kind of what boonstones are. You're not capturing a town, but you're capturing an area. Got 2.4k crit, 1k heavy, still can't kill good static. Yeah, I mean, if you're fighting a good static, it's like you need a huge group to get anything done, or Cordy. They fixed the meta by reducing the second weapon effect by a percentage. No, I think it'd be too much of a band-aid. They have to do something about blood devotion. They have to do something about healing, especially healing over time. And they have to do something about probably Blessed Barrier, maybe some of the other buffs as well. There's like very specific things that need to get changed, and as long as they are not changed, the game will not feel better. You can't balance the game around blood devotion in its current state. It's just fundamentally broken. When will TNL get Battlegrounds? June 31st. What happened to Bricks? A bunch of them quit, and everyone else merged into other guilds. That's your birthday? Oh. That's exciting, dude. I don't know if I want to do this golden portal 15 more times, boys. You know, they've talked about BGs. Yeah, they've talked about it. We definitely don't have a release date, though, if that's what you're asking me for. We don't have a release date for anything right now, man. The game is basically caught up to KR. We don't have any dates for anything except for tomorrow's event. They are pretty quiet at the moment. We're back in like January, February mode again. The golden portal's worth the time. I mean, is anything worth the time? They are, I would say, more worth it than some things. I wouldn't prioritize this over your abyssal tokens, but probably would prioritize this over contracts and dimensional dungeons. $650,000 weapon mastery per run is nice, especially if you get more than one golden chest. Talked about ages ago, back in KR, I brought out War Games instead. Yeah, I mean, they've talked about war games being basically like the beta version of some sort of queuable matchmaking thing in the future. If they're going to do queuable 48v48, though, I don't think that's going to be it. Because, I mean, we basically have that already, right? Like, that's basically what Dominion bosses are. So, I don't think that's going to scratch the itch. It needs to be 12v12 or 18v18. But, I mean, I'm telling you guys, it's not going to work until they fix PvP balance. Like, you guys, if they added 12v12 to the game right now, you guys would not have fun doing it. I mean, have you played 3v3? It's not going to be that much different from 3v3. It's worth the time if you get 5k Abyssal tokens. Yeah, I mean, Abyssal token, I'd say Abyssal grind is probably like the best thing you can do for your character overall right now. Mainly just for Mastery Insolent. So, and I mean, the loot is nice too. It can help you with trades and stuff. So yeah, anything that gives you more Abyssal tokens is always going to be good. Especially since, like, I'd say it's probably also the most enjoyable grinds. Like, if I could just log in and kill Abyssal mobs all day and ignore everything else, I'd probably like the game a lot more. Your BDO is showing? It's not just BDO, though. It's every MMO. That's all we've done in every MMO since the beginning of time. You log in, you go to an area, you kill monsters, you get loot. And then if it's a really good MMO, some PvP fights break out in the process, and you take each other's loot. But even if you don't, even if it's just a PvE game, like, it's still, at its core, MMOs are about killing monsters and getting loot. And having the number go up. That's it. You don't need much more than that, dude. You really don't. All this other stuff is just so, like, unnecessary. Just detracts from what actually makes the game fun. I gotta fly to this one. You get 5k Abyssal. I didn't know any of this drops. Anyone have the loot table for these? I don't know the loot table, but you can get a shitload of Abyssal tokens from these for sure, yeah. I would do them, man. I mean, this is the last day. You can do them. I would just do them. They'll be gone tomorrow. You won't have to worry about it. We didn't have to queue T2, T3 for Abyssal. I wouldn't even complain at the grind anymore. Yeah, I wish they would let us convert our tokens. Or just, like, turn everything into one currency. They should just give us one type of token. And then you get to choose where you want to spend it. Or just get rid of tokens altogether. Because this isn't a fucking mobile game. Just get rid of them. Just do what every other Korean game does and secretly nerf your RNG when you play too much. Simple. Simple, effective, no one will ever find out. Can keep the economy balanced. Figured out if there's any logical reason to do keys in Talandra versus Old Worlds. I think they're all the same. A lot of people still do Grey Claw because all the portals are easy to find. Well, I go back to BDO someday. I will go back to BDO if they do a fresh start server that is Calpheon era. But that's it. That's the only thing that'll ever bring me back. More GTA 6 online streams. I never played any of the GTAs. Just too busy playing MMOs. Oh, I'm out of bombs. Because I didn't pick up enough bombs. I feel like you do get pretty decent ore from this. We'll have Joey or Cannon suggestion in the podcast that was just let you convert dungeon tokens into Abyssal. Yeah. Yeah, we need more flexibility over like how to spend the tokens. When's GTA 6 coming out? Man, y'all are really hyped for that game. You think it's going to live up to the expectations? A year from now? Flexibility about what you can do in game. There are 4 things to do and 3 of them suck. Yeah, and like, it feels like you have to do content that you aren't interested in doing right now. I would say that's the biggest problem with just like the day-to-day fatigue of this game. What kind of quest achievements that are rewarding? They need to do more with dimensional trials. Nobody pushes dimensional trials right now. And it could actually be so fun to do that. I had a lot of fun pushing the new trials to T5. But it's just like, there's so little incentive to go beyond that.
Quite a list of contracts, eh? You can have contract coins here.
I don't want any of these.
set? Best of luck out there.
Guild Wars 2, for example, you can get legendary gear precursors from a long quest line that is also time gated. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is the same way. I mean, I grinded out an epic weapon in a Realm Reborn, which is like totally useless. It's just for the transmog, pretty much. But it was something to do, and I just like really liked being in the game and having an excuse to like play my Black Mage. Used to be the only way to get runes, and people complained about it being too painful. I think neither situation is ideal. Well, the problem is you don't get any additional rewards for grinding dungeons above T5. And so it becomes just as tedious as every other content in the game. Because when you're progging to T5, every time you clear the next tier, it's really satisfying. It's like a struggle, and then you practice, and you get it down, and you're accomplishing something. It's like beating a boss, you know, it's like beating a boss in any game. It's fun. Remember when games were fun? But then once you get to T5, the rewards are, the incentive is now, okay, you already beat this, now go beat it again 100 more times. And that's shitty and boring. Nobody likes that. I don't know, like, why... I don't know how you could possibly think that's the most ideal way of doing it. It's like, really, really kind of shocking. If the incentive was to just keep pushing to higher tiers, then and if we actually had time to do that because we weren't so bogged down by like these mundane chores that the game makes you do every day, that could be some of the best content in the game. Like, it is some of the best content in the game right now, but nobody wants to do it because there's hardly any rewards for it. So you can't find a group. And people are just, like, busy during their token burns and stuff anyways. The online league stuff I saw has it planned for map expansions over the years. All the businesses from 5 and stuff are going to be better and actually planned now. Oh, we're still talking about GTA? Yeah, I don't really... Like I said, I didn't play the other one, so I don't really know much about it. PvE boring in TNL? It's boring when you have to do the same thing. When you're re-clearing a dungeon that you've already cleared, I think that's boring in almost any game. Like even in WoW, which is known for its dungeons, that gets boring pretty fast. I think with like WoW rating, at least in Classic, because you're limited to doing it once a week, it takes longer for you to get fatigued. But I mean, in this game, like, you could just run the same dimensional trial 10 times in a single day. And then you never ever want to do it again after that. I could spam FF14 dungeons and raids. You could spam the raids, maybe. There's no way you're telling me you could spam the dungeons in FF14. The dungeons in FF14 were the worst dungeons ever made in MMO history. The raids were fantastic. I don't think you could spam them that hard, though. I still think if you did an FF14 raid like 15 times in one day, you'd be good. You wouldn't want to touch that raid again for 6 months. You'd be pretty burnt at that point. What guild did I join? I joined Supple Abyss. Lost Ark raids are really good, but that game had the same problem as this one. Like, you would do the raids, you would do the fun park once a week, and then the rest of it was just so chore-like. Like, there was nothing, there just wasn't enough stuff to do in Lost Ark that was actually fun. Couple lot of friends doing it with friends a lot different, I guess, makes it easier to spam. Yeah, I don't know. We might be talking about different. I'm talking about, like, when I think of FF14 dungeons, I'm thinking of, like, the story dungeons. Every story dungeon in that game, you just walk in a straight line. You do wall-to-wall pulls, and then you press, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no mechanics. You don't use your brain for anything. Like, there's no sense of accomplishment. There's no challenge. It's very much like you're just walking through a setting and bonking things. You're not... It's not the best content. The dungeons in that game used to drive me crazy, dude. It's like, man, can we just skip this? Yeah, all the alts. Honestly, I think that if this game restructured a little bit with, like, if they kind of, like, got rid of the token system and let us play alts for fun. Because if they loosen up the tokens, or if they get rid of the tokens altogether, a lot more items flood into the game, which means everyone maxes out faster. But then I think the upside of that would be, like, you could actually play alts in this game, and it would be like, it wouldn't feel like a chore. It wouldn't feel like something you have to do. It'd be similar to, like, maxing out in WoW Classic, you know? That's what everyone does in WoW Classic. You get a character to max, and then you make an alt, and you do it again because it's fun, because you, like, enjoy the leveling, you enjoy the rating. They don't need to give you, like, daily chores on your main to keep you hooked. You just... If you like the game, then you'll do it again. Or if you're more casual, you just stick to your main. Wait, where's the... Oh, okay, I see. This event definitely gave me a lot of practice memorizing all the Mystic Portals. Need to increase tokens or let them recharge faster? Oh, I hope not, dude. I already have enough trouble burning my tokens as it is. Got 3 plateau pouches from 1 contract? Bro. I've seen that a few times. Hour and 40 minutes till I can sweat Doom. I never finished the DLC for Doom Eternal. I still have it sitting there on Steam. I bought it. I think I bought like 2 parts of the DLC and I played the first one. The second one wasn't out yet. That was a good ass game, dude. DLCs were great, yeah. There was one thing about that game that drove me crazy, though. It was the grenade, I think. You had an input that would swap your grenade, but you only had 2 types of grenades. And that made me so irrationally angry. Why wouldn't you just have the second input be the second grenade? Why would you have an input to swap between them? You have either way. You have 2 buttons, bro. It made me lose my mind. How do you deal with scorpions? Like in what kind of setting? I mean, a lot of them run evasion, so you need a lot of hit. But, I mean, there's not much you can do. Bind them, knock them down, and hope that you kill him in 1 hit. You're the best counter for gladiators? Yeah, it's the best counter for everybody. No one can really deal with scorpions. Played it on console, not sure if it had the problem. I don't remember, but I used to just... from a design standpoint, that drove me so crazy. I was like, okay, did you guys plan for there to be more grenade types? If there was like, you know, 4 different grenades you had to cycle through, then it kind of makes sense. But bro, you have 2 grenades. You have 1 button to fire grenade and 1 button to swap grenade types. It made me so mad. What up, friends? Yeah, the ice cube freeze. Tevin Cordy, was it already or not yet? Arc boss today? No, it hasn't happened yet. It's in like an hour and a half. And then I think we're doing some war games today. Ooh, I might be calling. My first time calling for this guild. Yeah, in between Arc Boss and Grimtar, we're going to do some war games. Yeah, I'm a supple now. How do I find Great Sword and Spear? I like it a lot. I liked it even towards the end of Tier 1. It's, I think it's a, like, it's a bit of a specialist. I feel like we can't do much against tanks and healers. So it feels limited in that regard, but then again, like, almost nobody can touch tanks and healers right now, so it's probably a somewhat universal problem. Ooh, Waddling Percy. If you get one of the little time extension things, do you have to walk over and touch it? I never paid enough attention. You do? You can't just get it with the bomb? Think about one dagger? It's not as popular anymore. But you can still one-shot people with the Curse Bomb build. The thing is, a lot of people that are doing Curse Bombs now, they just play Wand and Shields. Because you don't really need the dagger. You can just put a shield on, live forever, and still one-shot everybody. So you don't really see one dagger as much anymore. But it can still be pretty nasty. I have a great time in Throne. Finished my melee evasion set as a Spellblade. Having tons of fun annoying Greatsword and Spear users. Yeah, if you can make it work. Do you have like Arc Boss accessories and everything for that? If you can get enough melee evasion, it probably feels pretty good right now. Can any dagger user build either evasion or endurance or both? Yeah, you can. It's not going to make you as tanky as putting a shield on, though. Saw a guide from Aragon that destroyed Dummy in 17 seconds. I mean, if we're talking PvE builds, it's kind of a different story. Would I use one dagger in PvE? I could see it being good. One staff is really good. So, I mean, you drop the staff, pick up a dagger. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it being pretty strong. I think wand is kind of crazy in PvE. If your goal is to just put as much damage on a single target in a short amount of time, like for field bosses, it's probably the best weapon right now. Villainous for a while is running SNS almost everybody, including their DPS. Yeah, that's it's becoming more and more common. Dude, the hardest guilds that we fight right now, I swear they have like 1 DPS per party. But I mean, Cordy's have an SNS, like Templars have an SNS, like even like the best DPS classes now, they just use an SNS. What's the point of even having a DPS class? Exodus has 10 DPS and 48 comp. Yeah, I mean, that's how it feels. I feel like I could name every... We did a war game against Exodus, and I feel like I could name every single one of their DPS players after one war game. Like, it just... It was all tanks and healers, man. Managed to get neck and wrist with guild over a few weeks. Saved my DKP since T1. I played around with melee evasion a little bit for Greatsword Spear. I think I could make it work if I just ignored hit chance altogether. And honestly, there's times where I feel like that could have been the way to go. Just stacking evasion and crit and ignoring hit. At least then maybe we'd be able to poke some of these healers down. Did my feud list against Exodus only had 10? Yeah, I mean, I don't think I had more than that. I had one astral vision at the beginning of the fight. Popped up 8 names, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty much the only people I need. There's like maybe 1 or 2 missing, but I'll just leave that list there the whole fight. Never had to repop it. Essence Greatsword with Time Bomb does more damage than some DPS now. Oh, bro, I can't wait for the Time Bomb meta. Are you guys excited for tanks to do even more damage? Are you excited for DPS to become even more obsolete? Pretty soon, I'm telling you guys, I've been warning about this. All of my warnings so far have come true, okay? I warned you guys about mana burn. The next meta for this game is here's your ideal 6-man comp. It's SNS Greatsword, SNS Greatsword, SNS Crossbow, SNS Wand, Bow Wand, Bow Wand. That's your ideal 6-man. Within the next month. That's it. That's all anyone's ever gonna play. If you're any class besides those, you're just gonna reroll. Everyone's gonna have 40k HP with Time Bomb. Everyone's gonna have an SNS. Everyone's gonna have 1600 collision chance. Maybe you'll have a couple token SNS spears running around with the Lulu spears just to like knock people around. Two Templars, two Crusaders, two Seekers? No, you definitely need the Raider. You need the Cordy. You're never going to slot in a Templar over a Cordy. The Templars are just there because your guild doesn't have enough Cordys yet. Those are your backup one-shotters. Honestly, it'll probably just be two Crusader, two Seeker, two Raiders eventually. Why did I forget how to do this? Is this one up? Oh, this is this hill. I'm in the wrong spot. Is Time Bomb that strong? I mean, it's not like game breaking, but it's another tool that scales with being a tank, and if you can kill people while being a tank, then why be DPS? Can only have two Cordies for the tourney? Yeah, but they're still gonna be like over half of the kills, just even with just two of them. Honestly, for 40 of you 48, you don't really even need more than two Cordies. What up, Invol? How you doing, man? Invol, when are you re-rolling crossbow? Yeah, 9k true damage isn't bad. When I read Time Bomb, the tooltip makes it sound like it's 15% of your enemy's max HP, not 15% of your max HP. Like, I really don't know why we need yet another ability that scales off of being tanky. Got 230 ping, feel like Expo might be a bad idea. Really? Why do you have 230 ping? Australian? Nah, bro. You don't need low ping for crossbow. You just have your tanks pull everyone to you. You don't even have to move. Just make them do all the work. These mystic portals crucial? I don't know if anything in this game is crucial. You have a bunch of things that you can do that will all add up and help you to progress. Talking about Cordy spinning? Yeah, you keep the S&S, put on a Cordy. Have your bozos do a bunch of bulwark pulls. Just sit there AFK spinning. When your spin's on cooldown, you know, go get a drink of water, come back. Have them pull some more people. What up, kid? New to the game, only level 33 so far, a little confused on what I should focus on. If you're level 33, the only thing you really need to worry about is the main story quests. You want to get to level 55, and then you can start worrying about other stuff. I would just focus on the story quest for now. Okay, I have 7 more of these. Oh. Focus on things after I hit 50. Yeah, I would go all the way to 55. 50 is kind of the old expansion. I would go all the way to 55 for sure. You're not really gonna be able to like queue for dungeons or anything before that. People will just see your level and freak out. Plus, you'll get some decent starter gear from the main story quest too. Spellblade weak right now. Spellblade is probably the strongest DPS as long as we don't count crossbows. I think it's better than Liberator right now. Some people might disagree with that though. I think everything feels kind of weak right now because tanks and healers are so strong. And then DPS wise, crossbow is just like completely on another level. So anything that's not that kind of feels weak, but I think Spellblade's pretty strong. I saw some Spellblades putting up some crazy numbers in war games. New Elden Ring in 2 weeks? Yeah, is it a new Elden Ring? No. I mean, I'm gonna play it, but it's not like a new Elden Ring. It ain't Elden Ring 2. It's not Shadow of the Erd Tree. It's not Elden Ring DLC. It's, you know, something else. Triple evasion spellblade is crap. Well, crap compared to what? Looks cool from the last video that they put out. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm just like not going into it with super high expectations. I think it's more of a side project, which is fine. I'm just not gonna act like when Shadow of the Erd Tree came out, I was fucking hyped. I'm not that hyped for Night Rain. I'll play it, but I'm not like losing my mind. Hope it has a battle pass. Oh, dude, me too. I hope it has a daily token system that limits how many runs you can do. But then you can pull out your credit card and buy more runs if you cap out. Want to pay for Estus charges? I think that could really add like a layer of depth to the Elden Ring combat if there was different like microtransactions tied to each of your attacks. Then you'd really have to think like, okay, do I want a light attack? Do I want a strong attack? Like, do I want to spend $1? Do I want to spend $2? I think that could really flesh the game out, like, from a depth perspective, you know? Kind of take that, like, tactical decision-making to the next level. Being ignored? Bro, you asked your question 3 seconds ago. Relax. Especially with a question like that. Why do people summon pay to win everywhere? What do you mean? Even as a tank, I'm not having fun. Not that tanky without healer. Miss all 3.5k evasion DPS. Don't do chip damage. I don't think there's that many 3.5k evasion DPS running around. You're not finding targets as a tank? I mean, pretty much every time you press hook, there's going to be 4 victims landing at your feet ready to get spun on. I don't think tanks are in that bad of a spot right now. Yeah, of course I'm going to try Chrono. Every Korean MMO person is going to try Chrono. Why would you not try it? Being a hook bot is boring. Yeah. I mean, playing most roles in throwing PvP right now is kind of boring. That's why a lot of people are taking a break from the game. Asked before. Okay, dude. Whatever. It's been extreme sarcasm? Wait, you don't actually want them to add microtransactions into Elden Ring Night Rain? Sorting 400 plus artifact chests. Oh, dude, I started doing that. I got through like 200 chests the other day while I was waiting for arena queues to pop. I feel like I get one artifact upgrade every like 1,000 chests. Kind of makes me wonder why I even open them. Do you think if we just stockpile all of them and then complain about it enough, eventually they'll like rework it like they did with runes? It's kind of what I'm hoping for. All they need to do for the artifact system is get rid of these little stars down here and instead allow us to favorite stats and then have these stars reflect whether or not the thing has stats that I've chosen. Because it really does not matter if a stat that I don't want is max level. Like, this isn't telling me anything. This should be like, this has one stat you want, this has two stats you want. This has 3 stats you want. That's what the stars should indicate. If they could do that, that would honestly like... And then just make it so you could click a button that automatically throws everything that's 1 star or 2 star or 0 stars in the garbage. Like, you could just have a setting of what to filter. And then that would solve like 90% of the problems with artifacts.
Resistance. It's free.
Yeah, the 100 artifact storage is wild. I don't know, that might be a performance thing. Like, I know some of these games, if they make the inventory too big, it actually like lags the game out and causes major issues. I don't know if that's what's going on with artifacts, but limiting it to 100 is kind of hilarious. It'd be one thing if they were selling you extra artifact space. Oh, they could sell you the artifact filters, you guys. I don't want to do any of these. Using the evasion version of Vital Force would hurt a lot. Well, you would just give up hit altogether if you went evasion Vital Force. I think you could make it work. And you might even be able to make it work as like a decently high crit build. But you would have to completely sack hit on that builds. And even then, I think it's just really artifact dependent. Artifact, and kind of chaos rune dependent as well. Like, good artifacts and good chaos runes actually have such a crazy impact on in-game evasion builds. I'm glad I built 3.2 melee evasion, 2.9 range evasion. It sucks. Have you tried doing melee evasion and then endurance for the other two? I played around with that a little bit. I couldn't really make it work though.
Can you drink some more?
Okay, these portals are making me want to die. I'm gonna take a break and do some more arenas, I think.
If you want to use the breeze line, please
Rip.
take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Most of the time it's so quiet and peaceful. But that all changes once the song of the great tree starts.
Song of the great tree. What is that?
Did you know that the Walkerton spirits are living in that giant tree? It's actually Walkertons who are singing the song to console elven spirits that are still wandering in the forest.
So it's like the passage ceremony. But the elves are already long gone.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Yes. These spirits are the elves who died in the war with our ancestors long ago. Bringing the wandering souls to Walkertons will let them rest in peace. But the ogres make that difficult.
Freeing these souls is the least we can do to repent for the sins of our ancestors. Don't you think?
One can only hope. But we'll need a lot of people to free all these souls. Maybe we should join the cause as well.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
You guys don't miss the breeze line, lady? You don't need 2.9 range evasion. No lib is running high hit. You get deleted by Expo Diver no matter what. You think so? I feel like Expos don't have that much hit. It might work against Expos. They might still be able to kill you if they're missing half their hits though. Don't run more than 2.3 range and magic evasion. I missed to my satisfaction. Is that before Shadow Walker?
Oh, I got just the right contract for you. It's incredible. Black Admiral, quite a list of contracts, eh? You can handle them. All set? Best of luck out there.
I still need to do a lot of Nebula today. I don't know how I'm going to find the time. Yeah, I think 2.3k before Shadow Walker is probably planning. Mages don't seem to be running that much hit either. It's not bad. I really kind of want to make a shield block pin set, but I also feel like it's not worth it. Tempting though. I gave up on doing T2 transmutes. Just takes way too long. It's a nice lunar stone, actually. Hold on to that. Would I ever use this? No, I would never use this over Greed Seeker. Never mind, trash it. How does that compare to what I have? Pretty much the same. We'd just be swapping out the coal res for these stun res. I need to actually compare this to... Hold on, I'm in the wrong set. It's arguably better. I really need to get a coal res Greed Seeker 3. But this one does have more stun res. I don't think I care enough. I'm gonna hold out for a coal res. It's almost a good Greed Seeker 4. Almost. Oh. Slight upgrade. Yo, I love getting slight upgrades. That's 6 more collision res, boys. I don't think the petrification res is going to do much, but hey, maybe. I mean, we've got a lot of all CC resist, so maybe. What other builds is this tied to? Actually, it's probably on all of them. Huge, massive, biggest upgrade I've had in weeks. Okay, this is a nice piece actually. I don't think I can ever make ancestral armor work though. So, yeah, I'm not gonna look too closely at these. Not gonna look at Forsaken Zealots. Not gonna look at Dark Sovereign. Okay, let's open 100 more. This is my favorite content to stream. You can increase the artifact storage in the inventory tab by pressing the plus. Wait, can you actually? Oh wait, I did this. I spent Solent on this. Well, it's kind of cheap. Oh wait, now it costs Lucent? Alright, get out of here. Nice try. Okay, well that does make sense now then why it's so limited. That makes perfect sense. Huge moneymaker. $1.8k melee, 1.5k range. Magic endurance is a solid build. I think it's a little low. I think the range magic is a little low. It might depend on your class, though. If melee is really what's threatening you. Elite Hunter weekend res. Forget about collision if you can. At least the sleep bombers won't get you. I don't die to sleep bombers enough to build weekend res. I would say 90% or more of my deaths are being hooked into a Cordy spin. So even though it's really hard to get enough collision res, still building it. I feel like it's still going to be the best value. Okay, we're going up against... Oh, God. Nightmare comp. Why would you freeze the gladiator? He's the only one we're going to be able to damage. We have a greatsword staff on my team. Okay. So that's interesting. Greatsword staff used to actually do a lot of work in T1 arena. Alright, well, let's try hitting this guy. Oh wait, he might actually die. Now he's looking at himself, he's not going to die anymore. Maybe their tank is really squishy. Let's hit the tank. Yeah. This is a good use of time and cooldowns. Okay. So didn't do any damage there. All right, back on the gladiator. There is a non-zero chance that this match ends with 0 kills on either side. I think this right here is a nice little sample. We were talking about Battlegrounds earlier. This is a nice little sample of what Battlegrounds would be like. And why I don't think Battlegrounds will save the game. A little bit of desync there. A little bit more desync. Pretty sick gameplay, huh? Weaken resistance, it's there to keep you from getting heal cut, so your healers can make you invincible. And then it's there to keep you from getting one shot from Templars. I'd say that's probably the two biggest uses. It has other uses too, though. They can help against crossbows. Oh, he's communicating? Save CDs. I'm not using them anyways, dude. Save CDs. Okay. Alright, I'm saving them. Okay, they're saved. Alright, get the healer. Oh, bro, he'll never see this coming. Go, 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 go. Okay, that was good. That was good. We got him to 80%. Now we just need to do 5 times more damage, and we can easily get a kill. Battlegrounds will work as long as it's completely random queue only. I mean, it just depends on how they fill the different class roles. If they limit it to, like... If it's 12v12 and they limit it to, like, 2 tanks, 2 healers on either side, maybe that could work. Man, what a way to lose a win streak. If you guys saw Glad on the other team in GVG, do you feud them? No. Why would you feud a gladiator? Look at how sad that is. Ranking points up 0. Oh, do I not actually lose points? Did they change it? Okay, maybe it's not that sad. It just increases my losses on my record. So that's a little sad. But if I don't actually lose points, that's okay. It does reset my win streak, which is sad. I was at like 9 wins in a row, dude. Easy to kill? Gladiator easy to kill? No. Gladiators are not easy to kill. I mean, they're easier to kill than a tank or a healer, but they're not good targets usually. If they let premates join BGs, it's ripped from the start. I mean, so right now, like, you have 1 SNS and 1 wand per team limited on Arena, and it's still too much. They would have to do something like that with BGs as well. I don't know, dude. I still think, like, all the talk about Battlegrounds is just so secondary. Like, they have to fix SNS and they have to fix wand. I don't think there's any way around that. It's just Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids right now. Like, if the core issue never gets solved, it's always just going to be half measures. Okay. That's a juicy Chaos Harbinger. Keep that. Does it have to be in a different order on here than the other menu? What's my other chaos? Oh yeah, we can get rid of that. Oh, that's for PvE. Never mind. It would be this one. 60 Sun, 20 CC. Yeah. The Chaos Harbinger build doesn't have a lot of cold res. I don't know how much it matters. Well, we'll hold on to it. Man, it's actually kind of a crazy piece. If I were to go evasion, that's kind of a crazy piece. I'm starting to feel like I got pretty lucky with my artifacts early on, because I never find upgrades anymore. Like, I don't even feel like I find stuff that was as good as what I got in the first month. It's insane how much less people play Arena and NA. I don't think people really enjoy it that much. I mean, they added new rewards, so that increased the amount of people doing it. But overall, I just yeah, I don't think it's. I think the meta is kind of whack. Need to fix bow on heals instead of wand, maybe. You gotta fix something. I think the buffs that wand has are kind of crazy. All of these, like, I press a button and now nobody takes damage skills. Whether it's, like, Blessed Barrier or Blood Devo. I don't know. I just don't think they're very fun or interesting. Okay, we have an even more nightmarish comp. Because they have a crossbow, which means we can actually die. Yeah, this is, like, truly the worst team we could go up against. At least he might be squishy enough for me to kill. Maybe. Yeah, I'm dead here. What rank is 2K? Probably like top 30 or something. I don't think that many people have grinded to 2K. Unless they've done it in the last couple weeks. Dog pile, bro. Get him. That was close. That was close. This feels possible. Okay, I'm in an endless falling loop. Okay. Glad the game decided where I was. Oh, we got to kill. Oh, we're doing it. Huge comeback. It's so much worse. They're scared to make any drastic changes now. The pop is dying. You think they're scared to make changes? I don't think that there's much that they have to lose, dude. I think they have to make changes. There's no way that they think that balance is in a good state, and they're like, "Oh, if we change it, it might get worse." Like, there's no way that that's what they think. We can't risk losing what we've got. Took so much work to get PvP in this state where you're either invincible or you die in 0.5 seconds, and there's nothing in between. I don't really know what our tank is doing for most of this fight. I think if he actually would just hit this crossbow, we would win. Okay, yeah, let's yeah, put him over there. Great, perfect. Okay. Holy shit. They're doing new weapons for get updates before it. Yeah, again, I think the game is just committing suicide if you think they're gonna wait for balance from a new weapon. The game's gonna have 5K players left by then. The mana burn on top of this just makes it's like salt in the wound. Yeah, let's find out. For solo queue, two 2000 is 76. 77. For 3v3, the highest person in the whole game is 1765. Basically nobody does team match. Yeah, I've done like 6 games and I'm rank 60, so it's not, yeah. Basically dead game mode. No gear-based matchmaking? How would they do gear-based matchmaking? How do you think that would work? If they had gear-based matchmaking in this game, I guarantee you I would come up with a Smurf build that would make it completely and utterly impossible for any actual low-geared player to compete with me. And it wouldn't even be that hard. It's already like that. Yeah. I don't know. I think you could make it worse. Because at least now, like, people have a chance to catch up in gear. I don't think it's that hard to catch up in gear right now. excluding like arc boss weapons. $4K players fighting 6K players in arena, even in unranked. Well, they need to not incentivize geared players to play unranked. Like, I don't know. These coins here, I don't know how they can do it. I don't really know how they can do it, but there needs to be some like reward that's good if you're catching up on gear, but not good if you're already ahead. If you're a geared player, you should be like strongly incentivized to play only ranked. Somehow.
Are you a member?
Ultimately, though, like, I just don't. If you're still 4K gear score at this stage of the game, I don't really think the devs can be like trying to bend the game around that. With how many catch-up mechanics there are now, like, you shouldn't be 4K gear score for more than a week. I don't know if we need to have like an entire game mode dedicated to people who just came back to the game 3 days ago. Like, it seems like their resources could be better focused elsewhere. See how long these queues are, though? I mean, it's already it's already not a super popular mode, you guys. If they started bracketing it by gear score too, I don't know. I guess it probably couldn't hurt that much. We don't really want undergeared players playing ranked anyways. So, yeah, if they want to sit in queue for 30 minutes to get a match with another undergeared player, maybe. I think what would happen is you would have 6.3 gear score players that would just take off 2 pieces of gear and then still mow you down. Issue with the free T2 blues is you can't do anything with them, so really aren't teaching people how to progress their gear or character. Now they're just getting you a baseline so that you can actually like queue for the dungeons that are going to get you gear you can use. I want to do more portals right now. I don't think I want to do more portals right now. I'm pretty portaled out. Pretty portaled out, boys. Balance and bad maps make arena unpopular. I agree. Yeah, that's why I keep saying, like, the root issue of all of this is class balance and a super unfun meta. A very rigid, unfun meta. If you had a variety of classes that were viable in Arena, and every match played differently, like, you have a game where you can mix and match 2 different classes in every single player, there should be a tremendous amount of variety. Like, every match should be wildly different. But because of how rigid the current meta is, every match is exactly the same, and it's exactly the same in a very boring way, like in the most boring way possible. Which is like either total one-shot or complete stalemate, nobody ever dies. Like, both of those things are like the worst meta you can have, and this game has both of them simultaneously somehow, while also forcing you to only play one of like 4 classes to be even remotely relevant. Stop doing rank because my teammates had T1 weapons? I felt that a little bit in that last match. I don't know if the last match, I don't know if they were under geared. They were definitely under paying attention. Dude, every once in a while I'll queue for arena and I'll get the same healer like 5 times in a row. And they'll do like 300k healing every time, and it's just a guaranteed loss. And I'm like, what? How did I lose 5 coin flips in a row, dude? Like, put them on the other team, please.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift.
Everyone wears specific arena gear, so essentially everyone is on even playing fields. How would you do that in Throne, though? With the endurance evasion system, how would you give everyone equalized gear? Would you let people choose between like an endurance set or an evasion set, and then the other team would be picking like a hit set or a crit set, and you'd just be gambling if it matched what your opponent built or something?
Quite the professional. I'm sure
I think doing like matched gear in this game is a lot trickier than people give it credit for. I can definitely see why they haven't done it yet. Because just because you have the same gear score as someone does not mean you're evenly matched. Like, this is very rock, paper, scissors game. 6k gear score rock and 6k gear score scissors are not balanced against each other. Enjoy ranked arenas with Seekers on both teams? No. Healers completely ruin arena. I think tanks on both teams can be okay. Although they're still really unfun because of how they can just throw you off the map over and over again. But healers on both teams is just so boring. Ooh, they have a curse bomber? Okay. This one could be interesting. We might be able to get some kills. I'm also going to be getting one shot, though. Yep. I know. I see what's happening. Oh, we have an evasion glad. Okay. I gotta pop my buff before I go after that guy. You don't always see that. I should not be 3v1ing right now. Oh, it doesn't matter because I got thrown off. Very cool. I feel like we can kill this Templar. If everybody hits him, I feel like we can kill him. Uh-oh. You're isolated now. Oh, okay, he's not isolated anymore. Oh, you're isolated again. Yeah. Oh, boys, we're doing it. We're doing it. It doesn't have that much evasion. It's probably got like 3.1k. Yes, yeah, go stand right next to him. Oh, I love when they do that, bro. Wasn't paying attention. There's the bomb. Let's go attack Bomber. We don't need shield. We don't need shield. I'm napping. Bro, I'm not even gonna hit this Glad. I'm only gonna hit the Shadow Dancer and the Templar. Someone else can kill the Glad. I'm mad at this Templar, dude. Okay, well, there we go. Sometimes the FQ works. I guarantee you the other team's flaming each other. Every time there's a Templar in Arena, people get so mad. They actually carry, though. Like, a good Templar actually carries. But this one's not carrying. I don't really know what he's doing. What a match. Oh, there's Willen on the other team? Good Curse Bombers in Sand Arena? No, I've seen it, like, absolutely hard carry.
Like a job well done. Want to try a contract? Contract management is just my day.
6.2k gear score. My build isn't optimized like a veteran PvP player with the same gear score. You'll see nothing you do against Curse Explosion except Purifying Touch. Well, you can block it, but you have to be like watching for it. I don't have a whole lot of practice blocking it. Honestly, it's something I need to like look out for more. Trying to see if we have time to do one more. 20 minutes till Cordy. Yeah, there we go. Here's my cue. Okay, I think we win this. Unless we have skill diff. Glad versus Ravager. With tank and healer on both teams. I just have to get lucky, basically. And one-shot him. Oh, okay. I've got the tank from the one game, so maybe not. Oh, he's blasting this healer, though. Wait, do they have a paper healer? No, he just wasn't. He just didn't have his buffs up. Okay. Throwing the Ravager off and targeting the healer is a choice that one could make. It's not the choice I would make, but it is a choice that one could make in scenarios like this. Alright, he's all by himself. Kill this guy. As soon as I pop Enforcer, he stealths. It's very sad. That's okay. We don't have to play this very fast. Honestly, we only need probably like 1 or 2 kills to win this match. It's going to be a low kill game. It is very hard to play off this tank, though. This guy is... this guy is wacky. Bro, I know you're not gonna let him kill me. Come on, you have so long to heal me. Thank you. Thank you. Like, they can't burst me, but if my healer falls asleep for 30 seconds, then I can still die, so... Ooh, their healer, I don't know. Their healer not that tanky. I think it's just because he's rolling everything on the other guy. Maybe? Solid maybe? Oh yeah, so, okay, I got stunned out of it. Good peel, good peel. It is kind of astounding in and of itself, just the fact that this map is still part of the rotation. Okay. Okay. Yep. I mean, yep. Currently unable to use. Okay. Yep. Falling through the world. Yep. No! Wait, someone died. Why'd you die, bro? You don't have to die to this team. They have one guy. Wait, how did he even die? Did he die to the water? He died to the water. He got thrown off and died because the water went up. Oh, that's crazy. What a match. It's so stupid. Alright, I'm YOLOing the healer. Come on, McDo. McDo something, bro. Lost to the water, boys. Lost to the water. Think TNL has a future? I think it could have a future, yeah. I don't think it has a future in its current state. But I think it has a future if they make some changes. Hate to see TNL declining. 70% of the game is amazing. The 30% of the bad stuff is drowning it down real fast. Yeah, I just it's frustrating because the issues that the game has have been around for a while now. So I think people are just running out of patience. I think the silence from the devs could actually be a good thing. I feel like there's gotta be some sort of big update that's gonna be announced after this next event. Very optimistic to think silence is good. Here's why I think it's good. If they didn't have an update coming, then they'd be like... I don't know. They would be saying something, right? They'd be like scrambling to try to keep people hooked somehow. I feel like the fact that they're being silent is because there is an update and they can't announce it too soon. Remember how they handled Talandra? They just didn't say anything for like a month and a half, and then they were like, expansion! It's kind of like that. Then again, the latest eye on Silesium was like, what, Transmog and Goblin events? So, I don't know. Maybe that is all they've got. I always do that. You gotta fly to this one. I always run over here and look for it like a dummy. If they just made it so mobs couldn't interrupt your teleport, this game would be 60% better. Lost a lot of players the 2 months before Talandra. Yeah, but telling them that Talandra was coming in March wouldn't have kept those players playing. I don't think you can announce those things too far in advance, because it can almost backfire. Because then people are like, "Oh, I know that there's nothing coming out until 2 months from now, so I'm just gonna go play something else." Waiting a full month to hear Tico talks and they barely really talk about anything substantial. It's kind of mad for the player base. Yeah. I don't know what they could do differently. Like, if they don't have the content to announce, then they don't have anything to announce, right? So, at that point... I think the game's just in trouble. It's just frustrating because, like, we don't need another expansion for this game to be good. We don't need, like, a huge update. We need very specific things to get fixed that should not take that long to get fixed. Tico Talks was 80% about cheating and exploiting. Yeah, and then they didn't even, like, handle the cheating and the exploiting well. So I was hyped when I actually heard that Tico Talks. I was like, oh wow, they're doing something. And then once you saw what they actually did, it was like, oh, okay, never mind. Basically didn't do anything. They should have weapon synergy skills and keep balancing. As long as all the SNS synergies are dog shit, then I'm okay with that. Here's what they do. Add synergy skills for every class except for SNS. And then on the little part in the UI where your synergy skills should be, just put block chance there, and just be like, yeah, no, you guys get blocked. That's your special class. That's your unique class ability. That's it right there. You get different amounts of block chance. That's your synergy. That would fix the game and be hilarious at the same time. Everyone, including the devs, are waiting for the tournament. The tournament is just gonna expose even more problems with the meta, though. I mean, I'm a Crusader, and to be honest, it's dead boring to play, even though it's strong and useful. I had a lot more fun in T1. Everyone had more fun in T1. I mean, I think the game was just objectively better in T1. Alright, let's get ready for Cordy.
Yeah. Just let me know, like, when we're losing it, when we're winning it.
Connected.
Do you guys hear TeamSpeak on the stream? You probably do. Okay, let's fix that. Okay, now you shouldn't be able to hear it. Do you hear it go channel switched? Anyone hear that? Okay, nothing after connected. Should be good to go. What is TeamSpeak? TeamSpeak is software from 1961 that was made by the first gamer. That some boomers still use for competitive PvP. It's like Discord if you were born in the 70s or 80s. I'm joking, I was born in 99. How does it feel to know that I had already beaten Final Fantasy VII before you were born? That was the guild that was using Mumble? Whoa, I didn't know Mumble was still a thing. No, the real OG voice was Team Sound. Do you guys remember Team Sound? And then TeamSpeak came out, and everyone was like, get in TS, and then you didn't know what they were talking about. Ventrilo. Every time I hear Ventrilo, I just think of the Dota song. Anyone know how to parkour behind Cordy? This way. Oh, this looks promising. I'll follow this guy. Yeah, this guy definitely knows what he's doing. Yeah. Like this? Okay. For sure. Oh wait, there's okay. That's tricky. That rock is tricky. We're gonna have to kind of do one of. Oh. There's no mesh. Okay. Maybe. Okay, I'm desyncing. All right. Okay, I'm rubber banding. Okay. That was close. If I had sub 50 ping, we could have hit that jump. Okay, here's what we do. We go hit a mob. We teleport out. We have someone kill that mob. Proc assassin step. I just want to walk. Yeah, I just want can I just walk? I can't walk right here. There we go. Okay. I can't wedge, bro. How am I supposed to wedge with Geo like this? They clearly phoned in the collision over here, not expecting people to climb these. Doesn't match the rocks at all, dude. What happened to Supple? I thought they disbanded. No, Supple never disbanded. Been pretty consistent. Yahoo Messenger calls. Want to play Clear Obscure? Me too, dude. Me too. I mean, I guess in some sense the token system in Throne is working because it's the only reason I'm playing it today instead of Clear Obscure. As much as I hate to admit that. I'm not happy about it, but I am playing. Okay, well, boys, I don't think I have the level of player skill needed to climb this rock. I just don't think I have what it takes. I'm gonna keep practicing now because I have nothing to do for the next 4 minutes. I wish I could see someone do it successfully. Then we could copy them. Jump from small rock, you jump out and fly morph? Whoa. Okay. Wait. From small rock. I might need more detail. Wait. Oh, you... Bro! That's so smart. I didn't know you could fly that fast. Okay. Now what? What's the next step? Oh, wait. This is easy. What a... Bro, what a good tip. Oh, wait. No! Okay. That's fine. We can recover. Okay, this is fine. Let's move slow here. Ah. Okay. Wait, shit. I didn't... Yo, can you sign me up again? I accidentally hit the border. Rare chat W? Maybe mixing things up. Some were your rivals on the new server your previous guild went to. Yeah, we were fighting against Supple. Now we are part of Supple. Bricked is the guild that disbanded. Bricked is the guild that I was in before. They are no longer a guild. I told this guy I did the jump first try, and he goes, "Good for you." I just climbed all the way up the other side. Should I jump off and go to the west? I can tele. Do I need to teleport over there? Okay, okay. Surprised you're not into AOC. I like it. It's just still so early, and there's like not a lot of people that are watching it on Twitch. Although there's not a lot of people watching this game anymore either. Throne is just like such a heavy commitment. If I'm gonna play AOC, I'd have to quit Throne completely. You can't, I don't think you can do both. What's the first computer game you guys played? Myst? Maybe King's Quest? I think it was King's Quest. that what it was called? Okay, game didn't crash. Let's nuke the settings. Undead food, veggie, raiders. Wow. That is one cooked Tevin. Bro, he's gonna die in like 15 seconds. I don't even think my Guardian's gonna get full duration. Okay, rank 12. Hey, I got a Tevin frag. Nothing. Ooh, that's my greatsword. Whoa! 2 daggers and a greatsword. Gaming. Okay, I can stand here, right? Is this safe? I feel like this is safe. Can I get hooked from here? Don't land on my... Don't... No, get off. Yeah. How do you feel now? Yeah. How do you feel now? Yeah. That's a lot of people. I don't see Tyr. I see Take Care. Who's TC allied with now? Are they allied with Hickey? Oh, they took off World Boss Conflict, started playing less. And nerfing Crypt Chess was trash too. You mean like from the regular field bosses? What I'm on right now is more Crypt PvP. It's probably the best part of the game for me right now. Yeah, I was a Crypt PvP enjoyer for a while. I kind of liked Island better. I miss the Island PvP. I don't know what we're waiting up for. People are definitely done with 7 by now, right? We're waiting for them, they're waiting for us. Bubble Blowers is gonna win. Bro, Bubble Blowers is gonna come up hard from this Cordy. I got a nice spot up here. I got a giant flame tower. Okay, are we going? We're not gonna fight with your team? I am. I just don't want to fly over this arena. It's not safe. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Bro, my shadows are so messed up from changing my graphics. I should have restarted the game. It's like actually going to be really hard to see the stuff on the ground. Yep. I think I touched the wall. Might have to go the other way. Okay, that actually... No, this is not safe. Yeah, let's go the other way. I don't know where... I don't know where Tyr and Exodus are. I don't really go this way. I don't know the most optimal. We just walk up the stairs. Okay. Okay. Okay, dude. We're supposed to have a summon to get back, but I don't see one. Are you guys getting back in somehow? Okay. This is gonna be rough. I should have played it safer up there. Okay. Apparently the trick is to, Can you fly in from here? No. No way, right? Yeah, I see some greens. I am so stuck. Are we not on the platform? I guess we're just holding... Okay. Well, I'll just fight this guy. Regent Lord rerolled Crusader? Oh, that's heartbreaking, but also understandable. Alright. I'm spawning with you guys. Ah. I don't know about this part. Okay, here we go. Maybe. Bro, these rocks are so fake. I'm just going back into the combat zone. Yeah, you can hit the grapple from there. Oh, we have nobody up here, though. Okay. Jails, quit jumping on me. Bro, my own guildies are jumping on me. It's crazy. Bro. I just want to be a bird? Okay. It's so hard. It's so hard to play this game. It's so hard to just, like, have your buttons do what they're supposed to do. Bro, I honestly do not know how people do this parkour. My character just glitches all over the place when I try to do this. I don't even know how you guys get to 7, dude. I just bounce off these rocks. Your character has died. Looked like a heart attack, I think. This is my favorite content right here. Do you guys think this is what the devs intended? Are we going in? Okay, we're just holding. After all this work. Alright, I'm going. Oh, shields. Well, I think TC and Hickey are gonna take this one while we fight each other over on the side. I'm dead the second I land up there. You guys established up there? Okay, I'm landing. Yeah, we're just giving it to TC. This is such a funny fight. So for those of you missing the context here, there's two like major competitive alliances on Ivory, and both of them are griefing each other on respawn and ignoring the boss. So the third alliance, that's like competitive but not, you know, not really that competitive, is basically getting the boss for free because the first two alliances are too busy griefing each other. It's actually pretty funny. Ari, spinner. I'm still in Ari, he's getting juggled. He got thrown. It's just somewhat of a fight there. Oh, there's always a fight. There's a lot of bad blood between these groups. Normally Exodus is like this too. The Nebula boss, it's the same way. It's like nobody actually tries to kill him. They just try to prevent each other from doing it. That's a bad spot. We don't want to be there. The 3 Alliance deserves it. That they're putting in the work down there. 51% on Cordy is crazy, dude. Have you guys seen someone get 50% on Cordy before? I feel like you'd have to be on such a dead server normally for that to be possible. I hate this rock shit. I'm just gonna go the hard way. There we go. We can use the invincibility to get through there. Yeah, worm pin 1. Oh. They're dropping. Well, they're scattering. Bro, I rolled! It's so laggy right now. Alright, we've got control here. Let's see what we can do. Oh, they're definitely hiding. Yeah, if you had 30%, you'd hide. Do you lose it if you go to safe zone? There's so many places to hide, though. Hapu, whoa. That was crazy. What are you doing? Alright, Ark got up to second. This is a crazy Cordy, dude. I'm just gonna speed run back and hope for the best. I'm going straight line, fastest way I can. Oh shit, we don't own the platform. I'm about to get blown off. Okay. This is good. Kill Vert. Vert's invisible? Nope, he's not. Oh my god, where's my heals? Damn, dude. Who just saved him like that? That's crazy. Bro, I thought that was gonna be so free. He's just like full health. Killed by Cordy. Okay, interesting. I wasn't even in there yet, dude. Not sure what I can do about that. Okay, let's get a little more stamina this time. Oh, here they come. Okay, I know. My dog needs to go out. After this, puppy. And the desync. Okay, go lay down. Your character has died. Bro, is this water down here lava? I keep just dying from nothing. Poison gas down here? Yeah, I guess it is. I see it now. My lights keep turning off for some reason, so... My shadows keep going nuts. Can we stabilize on the ramp here, maybe? Okay, I can get the one. I can get the one. Landing on one. Whoa! What just... Okay. My character's going crazy. Just... Is Spirit Dagger not viable anymore? No, it's still solid. It's a different playstyle. Man, you have to dodge that so early. Okay, our prow here is bubble blowers. They're the most dangerous skills. Based on name alone. I'm gonna get us up to 5% here. Let's go. Summon would go hard right now, dude. Can't blow me off. I've got too much movement. Oh. Oh, okay, my whole group's dead. I'm not gonna be getting any heals. Do I just jump off? We do not have a lot of presence here anymore. I'm dead. I don't know why we don't have any summons for this. Oh, hey! Oh, I'm taking that right here. This is safe. No one will disrupt this. Let's go. I didn't make it either. Bro, I was in a hurry. I didn't realize you had to do... I don't play this side. I didn't know you had to do a spacebar to get across. Okay, now we can make it. Alright. Do you guys see any loot? I feel like I got something for sure. I see a wand, I see a blade, I see a couple accessories. I see another blade. Hold on, this is still up. Bro, it would help if my fucking spacebar would go off. It's so desyncy. I just got no heals. Can't live. Are you guys up there? Can I land? Okay, landing. What an insane pull, dude. I'm on RA. No one's hit me. Man, he is not getting touched at all. Bro. Wasn't even near the edge. Oh, this meta. It's so old, bro. It's so old. He's just been standing there throwing hooks the whole time. Landing heal, please. Ah, it's over. That's bubble blowers loot right there for sure, dude. Alright, boys. I'm gonna take this dog out. I will be back in like 5 minutes. Okay, is this thing time out yet? We all still camping it? Don't tell my guild I don't end installing. Apparently TC didn't get any weapons with 30%. That is rough. Oh, I think that was my wargame invite. Whoops. Okay, gotta hide real quick. You guys aren't allowed to see the password. Okay, man, I'm in Supplevis. Just joined him a couple days ago. Okay, we got a scrim coming up with another guild in a minute here. I don't know, Bricked, they quit the game pretty much. Some of them quit, some of them absorbed into other guilds. Should be starting any minute. What up, Nick? What's up, Lucian? There's no one to compete with Supple? No, they're definitely still competing with Supple. TC has kind of their own alliance now. They showed up at Cordy with some good numbers. And then the rest of the Bricked Alliance is still intact. They still have Exodus, Tyr, Helloing. And Supple only has 3 guilds anyways, so it's basically 3v3 plus the TC Alliance I think, has 4. The individual guilds aren't as strong, but I think they have more people overall. So there's quite a bit of competition, actually. There might be more competition right now than there has been in a while.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance.
Kind of want to restart the game. I don't know if I have time, though.
The professional. I'm sure I've got some contracts worth your time.
Ugh, these contracts. Why do they make them like this, dude?
That's big. Read each story and choose whichever one stands out. All set? Best of luck out there.
Is there a way to get the, that's the one I meant to press. Is there a way to get the shadows to fix without resetting? Is there like a... Holy shit, that's laggy. Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out which setting to get these shadows to not be so, like, insane. PvP wasn't dog water in this game. I put a lot of time into it. Yeah, I mean, if the game was something you enjoyed, then you'd probably enjoy it, right? It's kind of obvious. I too have more enjoyment while doing things I enjoy, and less enjoyment when doing things I less enjoy. I am an enjoyment enjoyer, personally. Should we sort some more artifacts? These war games always take forever to get started. I don't know why I was in such a big hurry. I wonder what the patch note about Reckless Assault was trying to say. You guys remember that? Reckless Assault Mastery node now grants the described effects. I've definitely tested this. It thought it did what it said it did. Maybe it's been broken this whole time? Normally heavy PvP in every game I play. When you try it in this game, you run into great swords and it's just pathetic. If you say so. That sounds like someone who hasn't PvP'd in this game for like 4 months. How do you have so much Solents? A lot of it is from winning sieges. The rest of it is just from running Solent buffs whenever I Abyssal grind. Can I show my stats? What exactly do you want to see? I have a billion different builds for different things. This is kind of the Zerg builds. Looks like this, unbuffed. Level up from a blue. That doesn't happen very often. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go through some art. I mean, we might as well. I'm just sitting here and doing nothing, waiting for this thing to start. Almost a good. Man, that's almost good. Double heavy with CC res. Bonus damages. Not great though. Okay, these we can just skip. Oh yeah. I forgot about feuds. I guess I could set those up. Do you think they're putting real weapons on here? They don't really have anyone playing DPS. A lot of spear dags, I guess. I guess we'll feud these guys. Let's see. Who can I drop? No, keep that one. We can drop this. Okay, let's add a few more. Or like all their DPS are Shadow Dancers or crossbows. That's kind of interesting. They've got one Ravager. Spear Wand? This has got to be fake, right? Should we feud this guy just in case? What is he actually playing? I'm doing it. I'm feuding him. They basically have 13 DPS in their entire 48-person group. It's like not even 222. Yeah, Igris, for the collision resist, ideally you get it even higher than that. I need to get a, I'm missing a lot from my artifact set right now. I could probably get another 100 or so from that. Ooh. That has the right stats, but bad rolls. Tempted to keep it. In case I ever actually build a shield pin set. I don't know. I don't know if I would run endurance on the shield pin set, though. Holy shit, dude. I'm in small scale PvP, not like 50v50. All I've seen the past 2 months since I've been back is greatsword combos. And small scale, I mean, yeah, greatsword, spellblade, crossbow. I think they're all pretty common in small scale. I think people notice greatsword more because it's what's stunning them. And people really don't like getting stunned in this game. It's a very emotional experience. Yeah. It's not a bad Chaos Harb. Oh, never mind. I wouldn't run that. Okay, we're going. People should thank you for stunning them. Yeah, I'm up here. Got a crossbow on the ground. He's dead. I got type on the ground. Bomber. He's gone. Rhythm on the ground. Oh, he lived! Well, bro, I thought I was dead. I clicked off. That's gonna be a spin. No thanks. There's a Cordy right on us type shit. I'm still in type. They're trying to pull into him. Oh, that's so annoying, dude. Why is he even alive? He lived with 1K. My group looks cooked. I don't know why I thought that was DPS. Man, if they ever make Death from Above target a location instead of a player, it would be so much stronger. I would buy a Bell Spear instantly. I'm gonna get spun. I'm on rhythm right here. He's on the ground. Switch to Anemiac. Who is this? Ravager hitting me? I'm gonna try to live in this box as long as I can. Looking kind of red, boys. Nice. Don't know how I lived. That's crazy. No, that is not who I targeted, brother. This game loves to attack the person you just had targeted like a second or two ago. One type shit. He's right on the stone. Bro, I cannot fucking believe how tanky these Cordy players are. Alright. I feel like no one actually viewed it for this. This is fine. Okay. Watching someone's health go up through your guillotine is comical. Yeah, people. I mean, people's health goes up through everything now. Oh, sick. I'm portal bugged. All right, GG. Means I can't participate. This is such an old bug, dude. This is such an old bug. Portal bug, you go to Steam client and stop game. Well, it's a war game though, so I won't be able to get back in. Right? Or does it put you back in now? You do? Okay. Word for vert? Nope, we'll see. I got portal bug. I'm restarting. Yeah, I'm running 4 Vanguard for this. Yeah, that works. Okay. I thought it would kick you out if you relogged. We don't have a lot of presence over here. This isn't good. The, okay, there we go. Should I just reroll Templar? What do you guys think? This guy is actually playing Spear Wands. He must be stopped. He's too far away now, though. Okay, good feeds. Finally coordinated to push. They got an SNS dagger capper? It's all tanks over here. Need to look outside a little bit. Come on, as always, one hit. He's dead. Come on, Flux again. Whoa, Mackles. See, I want to do that. That's a tank, by the way. All right. These guys are strong. Matt, number 1 kills. That's an S1. What a time to be alive. Oh, that's so funny, dude. Look, another SNS wands. 2 of our top 3 kills is SNS wands. Should you what, Templar? Reroll, dude. If you buy a Tevlon, I'm thinking about it. Especially since Trait Resonance, bro, I feel like Wand and Crossbow is like the only thing worth playing anymore. As DPS. Like Wand or Crossbow. Some of their staffs did pretty good. I didn't see this guy on my side. Rhythm got a lot of kills. We should have shut him down some more. Yeah, it's Shadow Dancers, man. They got some strong Shadow Dancers. SNS 1 and SNS Expo, best DPS in the game. One Expo would be cracked it? No, you want to play with an SNS. You play with the wand with an SNS, you play the crossbow with an SNS. Or you play the crossbow with a dagger. I think we just hunt their spear dags the whole time, this time. They need to nerf SNS. I mean, we've been trying to get him to nerf SNS since tier 1. I don't know. I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's only gotten worse over time. Daggers are the only targets that die. Yeah. I think people are starting to just like I don't know. I'm seeing fewer and fewer targets in every fight. Like there's still a few scorpions that we can chase after. These guys are using a lot of shadow dancers, which I don't see a lot. So that's kind of surprising. It's actually like almost the only DPS that they have is Scorpions and Shadow Dancers. They had one Ravager. I don't think he was doing too much. They only need to nerf Spectrum of Agony for DPS SNS. I don't think people are that mad about SNS doing damage. I'd be happy for them to do more damage if they were killable. I think people are just annoyed at the fact that they're invincible. Shadow Dancer's doing pretty good now since they're building like 3k crit. Yeah, I mean, I've thought of doing that, honestly. I've been thinking of making a Shadow Dancer builds. It's just like so dependent on who you're fighting against. Oh, I think we're doing Talus next. Classic map. I don't think Ravagers are having much fun either. Only solo play on my Ravager. I think it can still be strong in 48v48. It takes a lot of gear, but I think it can still be strong in this scale. Gonna be one of the few to farm Tevin and get an arc weapon. You're buying it free to play? How can you get that Lucent so much? I've made videos on how to make Lucent on YouTube if you're curious. Glad in a weird spot now where you don't die. You can't build enough crit to kill most targets. I feel like we were in a okay spot in the 2-2-2 meta. But now it's like, man, a lot of these guilds, I don't even think they have 2 DPS per group a lot of the time. It feels like it's getting even less than that. It's really getting to a point where almost every person has either an SNS or a wand equipped. And that's just gonna, like, the more the meta shifts in that direction, the more useless Glad's gonna be. I think Ravagers can still kill healers, though. You just have to synchronize it. You have to, like, be in a group with another Ravager or something. Or, like a Spellblade. And then you guys both hit the same person and you can burst them. But Glad, it's like, I mean, we can help with that a little bit, but really our priority is just going to be killing evasion targets. But as fewer and fewer people actually run evasion, or just fewer and fewer people run dagger in general, yeah, it doesn't feel great. I'm really surprised that these guilds can clump so hard against us. I thought Cordy would be shutting that down, but maybe we just don't have enough of them yet. It felt like these guys were thick left of the Boonstone that entire fight. And I'm not sure why we haven't been able to blast that. Shadow Dancers and Cordy's kill the clumps now. It's kind of surprising to me because I don't really ever feel threatened by Shadow Dancers. But I guess if you have a bunch of them that are all bombing the same clump, then it's kind of like T1. I wonder if endurance players have been neglecting melee endurance a little bit. Because I kind of did. I focused more on range and magic. And 1950 melee on my Glad. Yeah, I'm something like that. Honestly, most of the time it feels like plenty. Yeah, so I'm at 2k buffed. And it feels like plenty. But I wonder how other people are building. Magic heavy evasion and runes over endurance. Do you feel like that's paying off? I don't know. I think if you can get enough... How much crit do you think Spellblades have? We were looking at Spellblade builds, and unless they like really go glass cannon, I don't think they have a crazy amount of crit. If you can just get them to like not be able to crit you, then I feel like that's more value than evading their heavy attacks. Because if they're heavy attacking you, but they don't get any other crit damage, I still just don't think it's gonna hurt that much. Spellblade's like 16 to 1700. Full crit 2600. Yeah, I mean that's like I'm at 2150. I feel like I would rather, because you got to think, the closer that your endurance is to your opponent's crit, the more valuable every additional point of endurance becomes until you overtake their crit, and then it starts to fall off. So, like, if someone only has 300 or 400 crit over my endurance, I don't know, I think I always value endurance there over heavy attack evasion. What happened? I don't know what happened. Our war game bugged out. We're just leaving. I see resistances. Sure. Which button is that? This is unbuffed. This is also... My artifacts are not that good for resist, so... The goal is going to be to get 1400 unbuffed. I don't think we'll be able to get much more than that. Right. Yeah, 13's a little low. Magic endurance buffed like 1800. Magic doesn't seem to be an issue. Only thing I seem to die to is Cordy. I will die to magic still every once in a while. It doesn't seem to be the biggest threat, but yeah, if I get crit heavied by a fireball, it's still a big problem. But it doesn't happen too much with over 2k endurance. Tested 4 different Spellblade builds. Only way it works is if you max crit Glass Cannon. Any other version is underwhelming in current meta. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that many Glass Cannon Spellblades running around. I'm trying to think of who's playing that. Because the problem with Glass Cannon Spellblade is as soon as people figure out that you're Glass Cannon Spellblade, you're going to have like 800 melee players feuding you and then just camping you forever. Ragrix, welcome back.
Hello, streamer.
87 months. Is the 860 stun resist enough? No, I used to have more. I used to have like 1,000, which felt pretty good, but I had to swap some over to collision. Honestly, so my initial thought was just ignore collision resist because you're not going to be able to get enough, and go stun resist instead. And that's what's in my Gladiator guide. I think for most people, that's honestly probably still the play. I'm trying to get enough collision resist to deal with this meta, and even at 1500 it doesn't feel like enough. So like it might be a better value to just ignore collision resist and focus more on like stun, bind, weaken instead. It's hard to say because like you can't really get a good feel for how much is enough until you build it and try it. And then it's kind of a pain in the ass to build multiple different things. Things have 1600 plus collision chance. Yeah. So, I mean, if we can get like 1,500, we can at least make some of the hooks miss. Like, instead of getting hit by every single hook, we might be getting hit by, like, you know, 1 out of every 5 or like, we might be dodging 1 out of every 5 or 6. Is that really worth, like, the amount of investment that it takes? Probably not. I don't think every tank is building 1,600, though. I think there are a lot of lazy or half-geared tanks that actually don't have that much. That's kind of who I'm hoping to counter. So I didn't do collision. Once my static tank sent me a screenshot, I was like, fuck that. Yeah, it was the same thing when I initially put this build together. I was like, I'm just going to ignore collision resist and go stun resist instead. But then you actually try to play the game, and if you're at like a Nebula fight, if you're at Grimturg, and you only have, you know, 600 collision resist, you just don't play the game. So I got to the point where I was like, well, I have to at least try to build it, because otherwise I'm just hooked into a Cordy every 5 seconds. I played this class since I started the game. No, Spear didn't exist when I started the game. I started the game as a... Well, it depends on what you mean. I started the game in beta as a Greatsword SNS, but I only played that for like 3 days. And then I played Staff Dagger in Korea. I started this version as a Dagger Greatsword. And then eventually switched to Dagger Spear. I didn't play Spear Greatsword until the end of Tier 1. As a 6.3k Templar Curse Bomber, it's the weaken resist that gives me the most problem versus Gladiator. Yeah, I mean, Templar, it's annoying, but I don't know if it's a big enough problem for me to try to counter it with my builds, especially since the pieces that we want tend to not have weaken resist as an option, unless you get, like, Arc Boss accessories. Might as well build evasion. I've thought about it. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it. I've played around with it on Questlog. It's rough though. Melee evasion is rough. You need Arc Boss accessories to really pull it off. And then the artifact grinds. That's the worst part, dude. Trying to get your artifacts and your chaos runes for an evasion build is just cancer right now. If you resist some chain hooks, your mental is 100% better. Yeah, it's just hard to know how many you're dodging. I mean, you can kind of get a feel for it. Like, oh, it felt like I was getting hooked less, but to really know, I'd have to, like, go back and watch a VOD and, like, watch really closely of when I'm getting hooked. Bro, these war games. These war games make me so sleepy. Okay, we're starting. We're finally starting. Not safe. Bro. Holy shit. I'm just fighting on the stone. Whiz. Oh, my fear cancels. I'm on type. He's one hit. He's dead. I don't know why this guy must have. You can't do character cards in here? You would dive bombers, gladiator? I don't know if there's any dive bombers in the game anymore. You kind of like stand on top of each other in PvP now. There's very rarely like a clear front line because people just live so long, so you just kind of do this. Going after rhythm. Might be left. Cordy right on stone, anarchy. I can't even hurt him, dude. What? Oh, their Cordys are so tanky. I guess they just don't even have to build damage. Yeah, that guy's getting too much support. He's on the ground? Nope. Oh! Didn't see it. Yeah, no, the Cordy's getting a lot of support. I think hitting him is kind of a waste. I need something here. I need something. One rhythm. He's dead. On flux. He's half. One Daikon soup. I'm just gonna wait for that guy to show up again. No, no, don't put me in there. I don't want to be there. Man, I really wish you could click on like nameplates more than the actual player to target in this game. Clicking nameplates is so finicky. A couple of my feuds I got baited. Like I keep targeting them and then realizing it's fake. Bro, is that guy endurance? So hard to finish those kills, dude. I need to start looking for their shadow dancers some more. Flux almost dead over here. He's dead. Okay, this is going better. Bro, these guys are making me miss playing Spear Dag. They're so slippery. Oh, we can kill this guy. Yeah. He definitely doesn't have endurance. Okay, did I join? With Supple Abyss. It's a crossbow camp and respawns. I'm just gonna run through. Fucking grapple, dude. Yo, this Daikon is just playing for free on the outside. The staff deck. Daikon soup. He's getting pocketed pretty hard. He's in trouble. I mean, he's like their top damage. He's feared. I'm still sticking to him. He's dead. Bro, I get baited by 2% health tanks so much. I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna die in one hit, and then I'm just wasting time. I'm hunting Daikon again. He just stealthed. Oh, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Nice. He's back, he's back. I got him isolated out of here. It's one hit. He's on the ground again. Nice, dude. Yeah, we just gotta coordinate more. What is this? Bro, the pulls. They're so oppressive. Rhythm on the ground next to stone. Dead. I'm with you. Still on him. Oh, no, dude, he got his revenge. One second. Okay. That was better. That was a lot better. We actually have a DPS player that's top DPS this time, so that's good. Yeah, we have a lot of people just higher up on the kills. We were actually secured him that time. Are there any other gladiators in this? I want to see how much damage they're doing. Almonds. A lot more than me. One spear number 3. Bro, he was nuking. I don't know what that build is. Spear curse bomb or something? I saw him get some triple kills. In Gladiator 3 days, thinking about getting rid of Javelin Ember. Culling seems better with burst for sustain. Culling for sustain. How are you getting sustain from it? Yeah, I mean the javelin definitely gets more value on spear. It just comes down to like who your targets are. It comes down to how many good targets you have, depending on which guilds you're fighting. Same troll build as spear staff builds. Spear staff, I don't know. What's the idea behind it? Like, what's the synergy between the two? Close to top damage on my glad. I have Tevent Greatsword, so I Teva's Devastating Bomb. Tevent would definitely help a lot. Yeah, I mean, I would have gotten... Every single Dev Smash would have hit 10 people in that fight. So, yeah, Tevent would go pretty hard. How much crit are you running? Add time bomb to it? Yeah, no, it'll be really juicy. I need to get on that grind a little bit more than I have been. You're at 1640 crit? Shit, dude, how much hit do you have? Oh, Mackles is running? Yeah, he's running SNS Wand. He's got a Tevent. He puts the stacks on you, then he goes, and you die. 3.1k buffed. And you're still at 1640 crit? That's juicy, bro. Do you have Nebula accessories? I'm probably building too tanky for 48v48. I have a 2-piece Chaos build that I was going to use. And I probably should. I probably should swap. I think this is too... I think this build that I'm using now is like too passive. 80 Chaos crit rune? Okay. That helps. Yeah. Crit Chaos helps a lot. What do your resistances look like? Ignoring them? Still have a coupon for the T2 set? I don't know if those work anymore. Chad, do you guys know if those work? Resistance is non-existent? Yeah, I mean, if I swapped all my resistance runes over to Chaos runes, that could be a lot more offense. I just literally don't have the Chaos runes. I've basically never gotten a good Chaos rune the entire time I've played Sword and Liberty. Never gotten hit, heavy, crit, skill damage boost, none of that. My best one is like range endurance. The rest of them are all boss hit. Swap between a 4-piece crit artifact and 2-piece with 2-piece hit. Yeah. Yeah, I've got the 6-piece greeds. I've got the 2/2/2, and I've got the 2 greed for chaos. But a lot of my artifacts just kind of suck, man. Need some better RNG. Alright, boys. I'm going to head out for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow. We have a patch. Not much is happening in the patch, but there is a new event. So we'll probably be doing the new guilds, Bellendir, and seeing what kind of loot it drops. That could be fun. But other than that, we're going to raid somebody for now. We're going to go visit Invulnerable. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Hope you have a good night.